and that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This Honourable House now resumes its sitting. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness? Here. Mr. Bartlett? Mr. Holness? Dr. Clark? Here. Dr. Chang? Mr. Shaw? Mr. Samuda, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Mallow Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terry Long, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright, Mr. Charles, Mr. Holness,
Members, this evening it is indeed my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the continuation of our budget debate. And this afternoon, the contribution to the budget debate for this year is being given by the Most Honourable Andrew Michael Holness. Prime Minister and Minister of Defense and Minister of Economic Growth and Creation. Permit me also, members, to say a very special welcome this afternoon to members of the Diplomatic Corps, to ambassadors and high commissioners, to the Honourable Farley Chavez Augustine, Chief Secretary and Secretary of Finance for Trade and Economy, Assemblyman Mr. Ian Pollard, Secretary for Settlements, Public Utilities and Rural Development, Assemblyman Terence Baines, Secretary for Community Development, Youth Development and Sports, Councillor Sertica Williams-Orr, Assistant Secretary for the Office of the Chief Secretary in charge of Public Administration, and all these persons are from the Tobago House of Assembly. Permit me also to welcome this evening to our sitting Senator, the Honourable Thomas Tavares Finson, OJ, CD, KC, JP, President of the Senate, and all the senators who are here with us this afternoon. And of course, as usual, I welcome all of us as members of Parliament this afternoon. I also want to welcome all those persons joining us online via the different social media platforms. Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, I wish to join you in the welcome and the statements we'll make with regards to the members from the Tobago Assembly and the Diplomatic Corps and other members of the Senate that are in the well of the House. Madam Speaker, it is not intended to have any statement by ministers today. I invite you, therefore, to follow the agenda to public business when the Speaker will be, as you have indicated, the Most Honourable Andrew Michael Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Announcements. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to sittings of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House, first obtained, public business.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the continuation of the budget debate on the appropriations bill. And the Speaker today is the member for West Central St. Andrew and Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honourable Andrew Michael Holness.
Speaker, as we gather here today, I am filled with an overwhelming sense of gratitude, appreciation, and positivity. Thanks to the Almighty for carrying our country through the difficult times over the last 3 years. Despite trials and tribulations, we are here today as a testament to the unwavering power of God's love, grace, and the promise of hope and prosperity. Madam Speaker, I thank my family for their love and support, particularly Juliet and my mother who is watching from overseas. My sons, they're no longer my boys, they're grown men now. I thank my colleagues, Madam Speaker, I thank you for your administration of the Parliament. I thank my parliamentary colleagues for their counsel. I thank the Parliamentary Caucus. I thank our party members and the people of West Central St. Andrew for their loyalty and support. Let me acknowledge my personal staff and advisors. Let me also acknowledge those hard-working public sector workers and the board members who serve voluntarily and who, with the public sector workers' policy and guidance, they make today's presentation of achievements possible. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to see our friends from the Diplomatic Corps sharing the occasion with other friends and officials in the gallery. These proceedings are being broadcast on various platforms, and I'm told there is a significant viewership both locally and in the diaspora. So let me welcome you all. To our humble Parliament. Madam Speaker, it is my great pleasure to share the incredible story of Jamaica's remarkable rebound in the face of global economic shocks and pandemics. In the face of supply chain disruptions, in the face of a war in the Ukraine, in the face of high global inflation, against all odds, our nation has defied expectations and delivered an economic recovery that has captured the attention of the world. Consider these impressive achievements. 7 consecutive quarters of economic growth surpassing pre-pandemic levels in real output. More than 150,000 jobs created and restored. Driving the unemployment rate to historic low levels. Net international reserves at US $3.93 billion, US dollars, up by 26% from pre-COVID levels. International recognition of our nation's exceptional response to the pandemic and strong economic recovery, as evidenced by Fitch's revised rating outlook to positive, coming from stable. Enduring the worst global health and economic crisis in a century without triggering a debt, a balance of payment, or a currency crisis. But, Madam Speaker, here is one that I want everyone to consider. In the midst of a global economic fallout and global retrenchment in employment, this government did not lay off not one public sector worker. Not one. Madam Speaker, these achievements speak not only to the resilience and determination of our people, but also to the sound policies and bold actions taken by your government. Madam Speaker, I'm about to display a graph which shows the annual devaluation rate of the Jamaican dollar relative to the US dollar for 5-year periods over 25 years, from February 1998 to February 2023. The graph shows that over the last 5-year period, that is February 2018 to February 2023, Jamaica recorded an average annual devaluation of 4.1%. I just want you to look at that carefully, because in the 5-year periods before that, it was 5.8. Then you've gone up to 6, then 6.2. Significant in the last 25 years. But if we look, Madam Speaker, at the pandemic period, that is between 2020 and 2023, the annual depreciation rate, that is during the pandemic, during all the difficulties, was only 3.2%. Madam Speaker, in the face of balance of payments crises and significant currency devaluations in several developing countries, Jamaica has achieved a remarkable feat. For most of our independent history, the exchange rate and currency devaluation would figure prominently in public discourse and certainly in the budget debate. I remember many budget debates where the entire budget debate was about the dollar, devaluation. However, my government, because they love to say this, the Andrew Holness-led administration. Yes, it's my government, it's my people. I can't hide from that. I take responsibility. So, we notice that if it's good, nothing, your name don't call. But yes, your administration, which is the Andrew Holness-led administration, your government, our government, has taken a different approach. You see, and it's true. Has taken a different approach by establishing a vision of an independent central bank with an inflation-fighting mandate, which has helped to minimize the inflation differential between Jamaica and its main trading partners. As a result, despite experiencing high global inflation and factors outside of our control, we have avoided the added inflation caused by currency devaluation, which would have made import prices even higher for Jamaica. Despite this strong macroeconomic performance, we acknowledge that far too many Jamaicans are not experiencing the benefits of our national economic progress in their own personal circumstances. You know, I keep saying it to the Minister of Finance. I said to him, you are happy with the performance, the outturn, but the Minister of Finance of the households in Jamaica, the people who have to balance the everyday lives, right now they're not feeling so happy. And so I want it to be clearly understood that your government, your Andrew Holness-led administration, understands that. Too many Jamaicans continue to feel the weight of financial hardships on their shoulders, and we empathize with them deeply. We recognize that while economic growth is important, It must be accompanied by equity and inclusivity to ensure the benefits of progress are shared widely and fairly, rather than concentrated in the hands of the few. Understanding the historical inequities and the deep mistrust that people have of the system to share fairly, your government has never taken our focus off the poor and most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, that side say they care about the poor. We obviously not only say we demonstrate, but there's a difference. They want to share what they don't produce. We on this side, Madam Speaker, we produce. We show results. I want the Jamaican people to appreciate that if they were in power, there would be no conversation about sharing gains. The conversation would have been about hardship and taxes.
Because we are working.
Carry it a little bit more. Carry it. No, gone. The shots. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm told that the last 3 or so minutes of my presentation was not heard by the extensive audience that is listening, and they want to hear. Madam Speaker, despite the strong macroeconomic performance, we acknowledge that far too many Jamaicans are not experiencing the benefits of our national economic progress.
That's right. Wait till you hear the rest of it.
The House for 5 minutes in order to remedy.
So the mic is not back on.
No, it went off and came back, went off.
Yes, and every time you touch it, it goes up.
Sorry, fix that properly. Leave it there still. Where do you get the feed from?
Tell me something. How much time you ever hear the government announce a project and wonder why they must spend millions on this and not on that? Well, if you think there's nothing you can do about how your money is spent, think again. Jamaica's budget is more than just numbers. It reveals our biggest problems and goals, our plans to fix them, and what to prioritize. We can even call it a promise book of what will be done to improve our lives. Now, let's talk about the 4 stages of the budget cycle so we can understand how it works and get involved. Stage 1. Planning and review. The Ministry of Finance sends out a budget call to every ministry, which outlines the priorities and constraints to guide how those ministries prepare their budget. After ministries submit their drafts, the Finance Ministry reviews, compiles, and sends them to Cabinet for review and approval. Stage 2. Parliamentary debate and approval. The Finance Minister tables all budget documents in the House of Representatives. The Standing Finance Committee, which is all 63 MPs, sits to examine the budget documents, and each minister presents their budget and answers concerns the committee has. The committee's report is then tabled in the House, followed by the estimated expenditure, which is tabled as legislation called the Appropriations Bill. That's right, the budget of Jamaica is law. The budget debate formally opens. We have presentations from the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, Opposition Leader, and the Shadow Finance Minister. After their presentations, our MPs vote for or against approval. Like all legislation, it goes to the Senate for their approval and then to the Governor General for his royal assent. No later than March 31st, end of the financial year. Stage 3. Implementation. The new financial year begins and approved budgets are sent to ministries. Collecting taxes, borrowing loans, and receiving grants begin. And so does the spending. Stage 4. Budget oversight. Now, this is where citizens don't need permission to get involved. Throughout the year, operations and spending are assessed by internal auditors and the Auditor General's department that makes sure public entities are compliant with laws and that their financial reports are accurate. All Auditor General reports are submitted to our Parliament's Public Accounts Committee for review and cross-examination of public officials. The Ministry of Finance, Integrity Commission, and MOCA also monitor government spending to guard against poor financial management and corruption. It is our job to review these reports, check the findings in the newspaper, and look up if breaches are fixed at jampja.org. If not, ask your MP what he or she has done to ensure public officials are held to account. No more 9-day wonders. So, did the government follow through on their spending and investment promises last year? What promises will next year's budget have? How will they affect you, and how can you ensure that you get what is promised? For access to the national budget, check out JAM's easy digital version and contact info for your MP at jampja.org. Then link your MP and see what progress is being made throughout the entire budget cycle. Support JAMP. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Visit the Ministry of Finance and the Public Services website, mof.gov.jm, for more information.
Hello and welcome to PBCJ Presents. On this special edition of the program, we have a conversation with esteemed musician Stephen Woodham. You are in a prime position to tell me what you think of today's music, dancehall specifically.
Well, dancehall is very much a huge part of the energy that we're experiencing. So
it's ugly.
No, it is a reflection of our society. It has to express very, very clearly what we are dealing with. And if you personally feel that there is something that's being said in the music that is crass or violent or anything, it's because this is what is being experienced.
That's what I think.
So it is not a question that we will then, look at the music negatively. We look at the music as being a reflection of who we are.
Have you ever heard of an artist called Skeng?
No.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica Eye will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to jamaicaeye.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
The role of the DRF in violence prevention in our society is to mediate. We believe that mediation is really a very good thing in terms of resolving disputes at the court level, at the parish court level, and at the Supreme Court level. Now, let me tell you about some of the matters that may come at the parish court levels. You and I live in a tenement yard and a fight. We report the matter to the police, it goes to court. The judge may say, well, you are just probably a teenager. Go to mediation and see if you can get a settlement. Because if you can agree, then you won't have a criminal record. We urge everyone, call our offices, come to our offices, no matter how simple the matter may be. Come to us, we have persons who are trained.
Twists, turns, ins and outs. From the four corners of the earth, PBCJ presents Globe-Trotting Yardie with Carol Francis.
There are numerous ways of traveling across the city of Delhi.
Tantalizing, breathtaking, and revealing, bringing you the wonders of travel from across the world. That's Globe-Trotting Yardie right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Your government is working for you. On the East Coast, there's the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. The highway, which began in January 2017, is now slated to end in March 2025. Another segment under the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project is the Maypen to Williamsfield, which is approximately 81% complete. Next stop, the Morant Bay Urban Center. Preparation and demolition exercises began in July 2022 at the Goodyear factory in the parish where the center is being constructed. Construction phase has already started. Third stop. Over-import more. Plans are afoot to make the Sunshine City the 15th parish. With the parish status comes the Portmore Resilience Park, which ground will be broken by year-end 2022. For in the west, we have the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, starting from Iron Shore to Bogue, from Montego Bay down to Montpelier. More updates to come as we reignite our nation for greatness.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
She's got heart, she's got style, and she'll make it worth your while. She's got good news to help you. Get rid of the stress, just relax and be blessed. Listen, watch and grow with the new English show. Won't you come on in and be blessed? That's what you get when you're on the new English show. You'll be pointed to the Most High. Oh yeah, that's what you get when you're on the new English show. Won't you come on in and be blessed? That's what you get when you're on the new English show. You'll be pointed to the Most High. Oh yeah, that's what you get when you're on the new English show. You will be lifted and blessed by the Lord Most High when you're with the new English show.
Coming in April.
Aspiring gunman, badman, young dance, liquor shotters, the 14, the 15, the 16-year-olds, you still have time to change your future and enjoy your life. No lock, no gun for no guy. And no bother hang with no crowd that is always getting into trouble. Think about your family, your father, your mother, your granny. Some of you good and all have son or daughter. It's not worth it, my youth. Choose freedom.
Let us resolve our family disputes peacefully. A family is a circle of love, support, and strength. Violence has no place.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Even war-torn countries have a murder rate less than Jamaica. And we has, as a people, we have to recognize that the murder rate that we have, the level of violence that we have, the level of public disorder that we have, the level of trying to challenge the state, it is unusual, it is abnormal, and it is destructive. But there is another dimension to this. The criminal networks and the criminal organizations are doing their best to incorporate legitimate persons, legitimate public authority into their criminal actions. In other words, they are trying to corrupt the state. And many of them are using tactics to drive fear in the public. Drive fear in the public and drive fear in communities. Now, when we start to see criminal organizations operating in that way, then they are beginning to transition out of being criminal operatives to trying to influence government policy and outcome. We have seen states where this has reached the point where either the state is on the brink of collapse or they have had to take extreme actions. We are trying to avoid that at all costs.
Jamaica, home of the resilient, passionate and hard-working. A people and a nation who have achieved and defied all odds, working to keep their economy growing, their country thriving, from investments made in innovative opportunities and exports demanded globally. We have a vision now within our grasp, where Jamaica becomes the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. We will not let go of this vision. We will grow. We will overcome these challenging times and look to the future with hope and positivity. These are special times. The world as we know it has changed, but home will always be in our hearts. And in Jamaica, you can always find a home. Think you know Jamaica? Look again. You will be surprised.
So what you say? Talk to me now.
It takes so long, man. People have places for going, you know. Get them on the urban table number.
Happy and nice. You know how much people me have to deal with before me reach here, sir? You're lucky.
Put 3 bills for number 5.
Wait. We can place the bet with you? Yeah, man. You see when you win with we, you get a little extra. So what you say?
Police, nobody move.
Illegal gambling is a criminal offense. If convicted, you could face a fine of up to $1 million or up to 18 months in prison. When gambling, choose licensed and registered gaming establishments. Stop illegal gambling now. Call Crime Stop at 311 to report illegal gambling. You don't have to give your name. A message from the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission.
Yes, me dear. Trouble not set like rain. In other words, unlike weather, we do not know when trouble might reach us. So a Jamaican will say, trouble not set like rain, me dear.
The 2023-2024 budget debate is happening. Watch it live on PBCJ. Minister of Finance and Public Service Dr. Nigel Clark opened the debates on March 7, and opposition spokesperson on finance Julian Robinson responded to the minister's presentation on Thursday, March 9. Leader of the opposition Mark Golding is slated to make his presentation on Tuesday, March 14. Prime Minister Andrew Holness will make his contribution to the debate on Thursday, March 16, after which Dr. Clark will conclude the debate on March 21. Find out how the government plans to spend the funds outlined in the $1 trillion budget. That's the budget debate live on PBCJ. Join the conversation on our live streams on all our social media platforms.
No one is immune to mental illness. Your age, race, gender, social class, or economic status is no match for addictive behaviors, anxiety or eating disorders, depression, or schizophrenia. What is having a good social support system. As the saying goes, in times of test, family is best. Unfortunately, many are denied the benefit of the support of family and friends because of stigma and an oppressive silence around mental illness. Let's put an end to the silence.
Speak up. Speak now.
End the stigma.
Share your story.
End the stigma.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Hello and welcome to PBCJ Presents. On this special edition of the program, we have a conversation with esteemed musician Stephen Woodham. You are in a prime position to tell me what you think of today's music, dancehall specifically.
Well, dancehall is very much a huge part of the energy that we're experiencing. So
it's ugly.
No, it is it is a reflection of our society. It has to express very, very clearly what we are dealing with. And if you personally feel that there is something that's being said in the music that is crass or violent or anything, it's because this is what is being experienced.
That's what I think.
So it is not a question that we will then, look at the music negatively. We look at the music as being a reflection of who we are.
Have you ever heard of an artist called Skeng?
No.
Twists, turns, ins and outs. From the four corners of the earth, PBCJ presents Globe-Trotting Yardie with Carol Francis.
There are numerous ways of traveling across the city of Delhi.
Tantalizing, breathtaking and revealing, bringing you the wonders of travel from across the world. That's Globe-Trotting Yardie right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
The government, after careful consideration on the advice of the security chiefs, decided to advise the Governor General that it was necessary and indeed appropriate to declare 2 states of public emergency. One in the entire parish of St. Anne, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew. The other is in the entire parishes of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover. Since the end of the last state of emergency, we have seen, unfortunately, an increase in criminal activities in these areas, and indeed a threat to property and in some instances public disorder. I have followed closely the political debate in the House and the Senate, as well as the public discourse in the media, including social media. And I want to make a number of things clear for the Jamaican public. The question of whether the SOEs work to achieve the purpose for which they are intended, which is to protect and save lives, has very clearly and definitively been settled. The data could not be more conclusive. We have some really serious criminal threats facing us, and we have to use all the powers at our disposal. I believe Jamaica understands that while the government is trying to improve the legislative framework, improve the capacity of our police to be able to execute their jobs with greater technology, greater efficiency, greater training, in the interim, we have to ensure that our homicide rate and the level of violence that citizens experience on a daily basis does not get to the point where it threatens the collapse of the state. There are several countries in this region where the level of violence, criminally organized violence by gangs, are threatening the very foundations of the state. We will not have that in Jamaica as long as I am your Prime Minister.
I've been in agriculture now 10 years in Jamaica and 15 years in Florida. Well, I got in agriculture because I have a deep-seated passion for agriculture, and it's fruitful. I grow Scotch bonnet peppers, sweet peppers, pumpkins, broccoli, and sweet potatoes. Presently, I feed into the hotel chains in Jamaica. With each tourist coming here, everybody have to eat, so it would be best for us to be feeding them with locally grown produce. And this is my passion, and it's very fulfilling. So if you follow the guidelines and you have a true passion for agriculture, from the seed to harvesting it, it can be fruitful, and you put in a position where tourism is working for you.
I do have a dream, and I know you have a dream, that we can make Jamaica the place of choice for you to choose to live, to work, to do business.
We are going for the Jamaica we want. Making steady progress to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in our National Development Plan, Vision 2030 Jamaica. We have teamed up with valued partners, working through strong institutions to reduce inequalities in our society. We commit to being responsible in our production and consumption, ensuring we build sustainable communities in harmony with nature. Jamaica is making significant strides in providing quality, lifelong education for all, enabling our people to be engaged in decent work to drive economic growth, equipping men and women with the skills to build resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industry, foster innovation, and utilize new technologies. Urgent action is being taken to manage natural resources responsibly, protecting clean water sources, ensuring access to water and sanitation for all, diversifying to alternative energy sources, conserving our environment and sustaining life below water and on land. Jamaica is making moves to ensure healthy lifestyles for the well-being of our people. We're promoting sustainable agriculture to achieve food security, improve nutrition, and end extreme hunger, putting in the work to end poverty in all its forms. We're on track in achieving our Sustainable Development Goals through realizing our Vision 2030 Jamaica. We will leave no one behind.
And I'm chilling right now, cause we're winning right now.
The National Census is an opportunity to help develop your community and create a brighter future for your family. The information gathered from the census is used to make important decisions about where to put facilities like clinics, stores, and new roads. So be seen and be counted for your family's future. Census Day is September 12th. Look out for the national census takers in your community and let them know you count.
Every Jamaican has the right to know what is happening in Parliament, to know when new laws are being passed, and to give their opinions on legislation before either house.
Every Jamaican has the right to see their representatives in action, making laws, holding the executive to account, representing the people, working for the benefit of all Jamaicans.
It is your right to observe first-hand meetings of the Senate, meetings of the House of Representatives, and the meetings of parliamentary committees. You may also take a tour of your parliament.
To find out more about the Houses of Parliament, please call 876-922-0200, follow us on Instagram and Facebook, or visit our website at www.japarliament.gov.jm.
Twists, turns, ins and outs. From the four corners of the earth, PBCJ presents Globe-Trotting Yardie with Carol Francis.
There are numerous ways of traveling across the city of Delhi.
Tantalizing, breathtaking and revealing, bringing you the wonders of travel from across the world. That's Globe-Trotting Yardie, right here on PBCJ, the People's Station. If you're considering starting your own farm but aren't sure where to begin, we have a game plan for you. First, avoid planting too many crops at once.
Simple put, don't bite off more than you can chew.
You don't want to plant your crop and then struggle to care for and preserve it. Therefore, get in touch with your local extension officer, since they can give you the technical guidance you need to have a successful crop life. While your extension officer is on hand to help you through the process, you, the farmer, will have to bear some of the responsibility in the cultivation and the production of your crop, like having the proper land tenure, whether through leasing or ownership. Appropriate property access is key, and store your products properly, ensuring tools, pesticides, and fertilizers are kept in different areas. Also, there are several pertinent questions to ask yourself. Do you have the right equipment and tools for the purpose of cultivation? What about cash flow to take care of the crop from planting to harvesting? Okay, that's covered. Do you have access to labor, proper restroom, and first aid facilities for your workers?
For the new farmers who have not started planters in, we are encouraging you to get registered at our RADA offices and get on board because we need your input.
If you are experiencing symptoms of the monkeypox virus, including fever, intense headache, swelling of the lymph nodes, back pain, muscle ache, lack of energy, and/or a rash on the skin, you must self-isolate immediately and call ahead to your health center or doctor before visiting. The virus may enter the body through broken skin, even if not visible, the respiratory tract, or mucous membranes, eyes, nose, or mouth, and has an incubation period of between 5 and 21 days. The spread of monkeypox may occur when a person comes into close contact with an infected animal, direct contact with monkeypox skin lesions or scabs of an infected person, contact with clothing or linen such as bedding or towels used by an infected person, and the coughing or sneezing of an individual with a monkeypox rash. Wear a mask. Frequently wash hands and practice physical distancing as part of the infection prevention and control efforts. For additional information on monkeypox, visit the Ministry of Health and Wellness website at moh.gov.jm or contact the local public health department.
Crime and violence is infecting our youth. We must work together to rescue them from the gangs, engage them in productive activities, and safeguard Jamaica's future.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Our Father, how excellent is thy name. Greater than all your works, greatly to be praised. These days can be so demanding. I don't want to lean upon my own misunderstanding. So all I ask is for you to be mindful of me. When I consider your hands, they bring forth the rain and stars. All that I ask is for you to be mindful of me. When I consider your hands, they bring forth the stars. Remember me.
How you do?
Not too bad.
This is what's so interesting in the paper today, Mas Herald.
The EU has been doing a lot of work in Jamaica.
Who is the EU again, Mas Herald?
The European Union.
Newspaper is all well and good, but I bet I can find more information from the internet. I know just the person to call. Hi, Minister.
Minister.
Hi, Jody. Hi, Errol. What can you tell us about how the European Union has been helping Jamaica?
Over the past 43 years, we have received approximately 1.2 billion euros, and this has run the gamut of a number of developmental programs. A particular area of support has been in the area of agriculture. The EU has provided grant funding and support funding for sugar-dependent areas.
Under the AMS, 397 houses have been built for residents. This replaces the old barracks-type housing in which they used to live.
The condition of the barracks were completely rough.
The toilet was a pit toilet.
We never have no tank, we have a tank. The lights are here, the bathroom inside, the kitchen inside.
Thank God for the benefit we have right now.
Nearly 200 miles of roads have been built or reconstructed in the parishes of St. Catherine, St. Thomas, Trelawney, St. James, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland and Clarendon.
Based on the roads that we did, it has created some form of ease for the truckers. Citizens of the area, they also benefit from the road.
More than 2,000 SDA residents have received vocational training.
The center would have been equipped to the tune of over 7 million Jamaican dollars to purchase various forms of training supplies and equipment across 3 skill areas: apiculture, bartending, and cosmetology.
I have been receiving training in various areas such as facial, massage, nail.
They have helped me to be certified and I can now earn an honest living.
The EU provided over 100 million Jamaican dollars in new business grants to residents in sugar-dependent areas.
Thanks to the EU for giving me this injection of 1,000 chickens, the feed and medication.
I received $1 million and it makes me into a woman that I am today.
The EU-Jamaica relationship has strengthened considerably in recent years.
Our contribution focused on building resilience, improving quality of life of people in the communities and providing alternatives. I am absolutely confident that the strong and very constructive relationship that we have today, based on trust, based on partnership, will continue.
You see how the European Union partner with us?
You're right, Mas Herald. Life's sweet of it true with the EU.
We long recognize that we will not be truly able to construct a digital society unless we treat with the issue of identity. And if we treat with identity in such a way that not only are we able to identify our citizens, but we're able to do it using the technology at our disposal. So unfortunately, we have over the years, instead of developing a database that was developed for identity, we have developed functional databases that we have then used for identity. So we've developed our voters ID, our voters database, we've developed our driver's license, we've developed our passport, and because we have no centralized identity verification service, we use those identifiers to identify us. Unfortunately, because that's not the most efficient way, it has led us to develop inefficient systems. So we've developed systems that say you need 2 identifiers to prove that you are who you are. We've developed systems that say you need a justice of the peace, not only to give you a letter, but you need to take a picture and you need to carry in the picture, and the JP needs to write on the back of the picture that this is who they say they are. Stamp it, seal it, and you go about your merry way. Very inefficient way of doing business. It costs us time, money, and just the processes are not optimized so that we can be doing the best for our citizens. So we want to get rid of those archaic processes by developing a centralized database that was designed to prove that you are who you say you are.
Just meds it.
Instead of hurting and fighting each other.
Let's help each other.
We don't need to fight.
We're all here to learn.
Your classmate could be a future lawyer or minister.
Do you know that your classmate or your schoolmate could be a future prime minister?
So here what? Just make daddy proud. Not have me a worry.
Don't fight or lash out. Violence is never the answer.
Before you pick up a stone,
why not pick up your book
and just meds it?
We all have our part to play.
Let's end violence.
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 We must end violence in schools now.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and the protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year. We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Your government is working for you. On the East Coast, there's the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. The highway, which began in January 2017, is now slated to end in March 2025. Another segment under the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project is the Maypen to Williams Field, which is approximately 81% complete. Next stop, the Morant Bay Urban Center. Preparation and demolition exercises began in July 2022 at the Goodyear factory in the parish where the center is being constructed. Construction phase has already started. Third stop, over in Portmore. Plans are afoot to make the Sunshine City the 15th parish. With the parish status comes the Portmore Resilience Park, which ground will be broken by year-end 2022. For in the west, we have the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, starting from Iron Shore to Bogue, from Montego Bay down to Montpelier. More updates to come as we reignite our nation for greatness.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaicans, look on the murder rate. You think that normal? We need to get every illegal gun and save our country.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
She's got heart, she's got style, and she'll make it worth your while. She's got good news to help you. Get rid of the stress, just relax and be blessed. Listen, watch and grow with the new English show. Won't you come on in and be blessed? That's what you get when you're on the new English show. You'll be pointed to the Most High. Oh yeah, that's what you get when you're on the new English show. Won't you come on in and be blessed?
The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Visit the Ministry of Finance and the Public Services website, mof.gov.jm, for more information.
Just meds it.
Instead of hurting and fighting each other.
Let's help each other.
We don't need to fight.
We're all here to learn.
Your classmate could be a future lawyer or minister.
Do you know that your classmate or your schoolmate could be a future prime minister?
So here what? Just make daddy proud. Not have me a worry.
Don't fight or lash out. Violence is never the answer.
Before you pick up a stone,
Why not pick up your book?
And just meds it.
We all have our part to play.
Let's end violence.
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 We must end violence in schools now.
Twists, turns, ins and outs. From the four corners of the earth, PBCJ presents Globe-Trotting Yardie with Carol Francis.
There are numerous ways of traveling across the city of Delhi.
Tantalizing, breathtaking and revealing, bringing you the wonders of travel from across the world. That's Globe-Trotting Yardie right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Educators, listen up. Do you need help learning how to save, budget, manage your debt, investing? Does it feel like the little you have can go so far and no more? The Ministry of Education and Youth is partnering with Profit Jumpstarter, a boutique investment education organization, and the Jamaica Teaching Council to guide you or educators on a course towards financial literacy. Look out for a series of workshops in the coming months to help you get on the path to financial freedom, because understanding money is essential for growing it. Each one teaches one, right? Let us continue to make Jamaica the preferred place to live, work, raise families, and do business.
We are now open and ready to take our women in who are being abused. The facility will accept clients even while we continue to receive donations and build out our programs to help women to rebuild their lives and get back on their feet. I use this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to read out the 24-hour hotline numbers for women who need the shelter. 876-553-0372 or 876-929-2997. The other two properties are now in early reconstruction and or refurbishing stages and will be transformed quickly into safe spaces for women.
Jamaica is a beautiful place. Our people have a beautiful spirit, but we are too aggressive, and the way we interact with our friends and neighbors, I genuinely believe that we have the capacity to deal with this problem of violence. But it's going to take all of us. It's going to take every organized group of Jamaicans that we fundamentally reject violence. Violence has no place in a modern society.
We can be, we must be, the generation to eradicate extreme poverty, the generation most determined to fight injustice and inequality, the generation that saves the planet from climate change. To achieve this, we must implement Agenda 2030, a 15-year development plan for everyone, everywhere, with no one left behind. We will live in a world where no one, anywhere, lives in extreme poverty.
We will live in a world where no one goes hungry, where no one wakes up in the morning asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world where no child shall die from diseases we can cure, and proper health care is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world where everyone goes to school, and education will give us the knowledge and skills for a fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all women and all girls
have equal opportunities to thrive, to be powerful and safe.
We can't succeed if half the world is held back.
All live in a world where people can get clean water, proper toilet at home, at school, and at work.
We will live in a world where there will be sustainable energy for everyone. Heat, light, and power for the planet without destroying the planet.
We live in a world where economies prosper and new wealth leads to decent jobs for everyone.
And we will live in a world where all our industries, our infrastructure, and our best innovations are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
We will live in a world where prejudices and extremes of inequality are defeated, inside our countries and between different countries.
We will live in a world where people live in the cities and communities that are safe and support everyone who lives in them.
We will live in a world where we replace what we consume, a planet where we put back what we take out of the earth.
We will live in a world that is decisively rolling back the threat of climate change.
We will live in a world that will restore and protect the life in our oceans and seas.
We will live in a world where we restore and protect life on land, the animals, the forests, the earth itself.
We will live in a world with peace between and inside countries, where all governments are open and answer to us for what they do at home and abroad, and justice rules with everyone equal before the law.
And we must live in a world where all countries, including Jamaica,
and we, their people, work together in partnerships of all kinds
to make these global goals a reality
for everyone, everywhere, every Jamaican.
This is the plan. Let's get to work. Let's make it happen. To achieve the Jamaica we want. Vision 2030, Jamaica, advancing the SDGs, leaving no one behind.
The 2 times where you call now, go cut it.
So the OUR granting license?
Me a try build my profession.
Done, you done.
Yeah. I figured seeing as though you know so much about the light bill, you may be able to tell me about the K-factor charge on the water bill.
All right, let me explain. So there's a lot of work going on with the NWC and they want to improve them water supply to make it reliable. Yeah? But the money where they collect from we, the customers, every month is not enough to fund the improvement projects. So the OUR work with them to introduce a K-factor on the bill. This amount goes into a special fund where they used to carry out what them call a capital project.
What is that?
It's like infrastructure projects. It's like how NWC always tell me about the old pipe them underground where leak. Enough for them, you know. And that cause us to lose one whole heap of water. Well, you see the money they collect from the K-factor, that them are used to start the project to fix up the old pipe them.
So is we pay for that? What if there's not our fault the water leak out?
True. But the money where them are used to fund the projects and other things, that will make NWC more efficient in their operations. And that will help reduce the amount of water where them are waste. It could even eventually make us more efficient and make us better able to manage through dry period and drought.
Yes, but how we know the funds used for those things?
The OUR money type, man. Let me tell you. You see if them really successful with this, the whole of we are better off.
Yes, especially if we don't have to do no tidying up during the droughts, them.
True.
All right. Thanks as usual. I don't sweep this floor. I go shower now and go to bed.
All right, Fred, no problem. Talk tomorrow.
All right. Sleep good.
The Office of Utilities Regulation, OUR, regulating utilities for the benefit of all.
Meet 6 young people doing great things to tackle poverty, inequality, exclusion, and crisis in Jamaica. They're part of teams leading game-changing solutions and valued partners in UNDP's Ready, Set, Great Youth Development Showcase 2020 and 2021. These are their stories.
My name is Janelle Tomlinson.
co-founder of Girls Care and Young People for Climate Action, Jamaica.
I'm Eleanor Terrelong from the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council.
When we think about Jamaica, we recognize that there are so many communities that rely heavily on natural resources for their sustenance, whether they're farmers, whether they're fishers, whether they're just individuals living in rural communities. And within the context of climate change, this seeks to, exacerbate and kind of proliferate a lot of these challenges persons are already facing. So we look at farmers, for example, a lot of them already have minimal resources, and in the face of climate change, when there's a drought, when there's intense rainfall, when there are issues with landslides and things like that, we recognize that persons, risks and their exposure to these things become heightened because, for one, with a drought, there's less crops within the household, so less money, so less available resources for the family, for the livelihoods for the farm. Think about an incident of a tropical storm, for example. We recognize that there are so many houses that end up being damaged, so many farms end up being damaged, and again, this has an impact not only on the farm or the house itself, but on the pocket of these individuals. And so climate change has been, worsening a lot of the situations these persons who are currently in poverty live in, and we can anticipate that that will happen well off into the future, especially as these hazards and these challenges become even worse.
When we talk about climate change, every single issue that we have in society, climate change actually makes it worse. So all of our social problems, crime, poverty, etc., climate change really exacerbates those issues. So it's always persons who are most vulnerable, so the poor, persons living in rural areas who are most affected by climate change. Climate change directly impacts people's lives and livelihoods, so they lose their livelihood, farmers lose their crops, fishers aren't able to, feed their families the same way. And then also in terms of reacting to severe weather events, so flooding, hurricanes, that sort of things. It is the poorest in society who don't have the funds or the resources to really be able to build back or even protect their homes in these severe weather events. So we see the kind of correlation between climate change and poverty.
When I think about my organization and the work that we are doing with youth and climate change, we recognize that rural youth are particularly vulnerable because their families, their friends, colleagues rely so heavily on, natural resources. And so we work with young women across the Caribbean in particular, as well as rural youth, to be able to empower, educate, create spaces for knowledge exchange and sharing, training, mentorship, and just ensuring that each one can teach one and each one can reach one, and also ensuring that whatever information we have, we're able to disseminate to them so that they can have an impact in the small spaces they are, whether their communities, their homes, their schools, and being able to impart that knowledge in different spheres and spaces.
So at the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council, something that we say is that we are the generation that must live climate change, and also we are the last generation that can make a difference. So what we do is that we try to give young people the skills, so we do training programs, that sort of thing, give them the skills to really be able to do climate action within their own spaces, whether it's their own communities, their own schools, etc. We have done a number of projects. So one of the projects that we just closed out is in St. Thomas. We went into a community called Albion Heights. We put in solar home systems, solar street lamps, a recycling program. So what we're trying to do is really give people solutions that they need for life, but to do it in an environmentally sustainable way. So that's how we try to, bring climate change really home to people when they see the effects on their daily life and small changes that they can make personally to contribute to climate change adaptation and mitigation.
When we think about green jobs, they are especially important because, they create an opportunity for sustainability while ensuring that nobody's left behind, while ensuring that, we're creating jobs that are sustainable, that are accessible, and that promote equity. In particular, we think about youth, we recognize that jobs in the field of renewables are particularly on the rise. In 2019, there were some 11.5 million jobs within the green economy. And as we look to 2021, we had seen where there were at least 500,000 more jobs created within that space. And so we see where there's an increase in the number of jobs within the renewable space. And these jobs are quite critical for, promoting sustainability, for promoting, green and clean, because when we look at what a just transition is, we recognize that the green economy and green jobs, renewables, fall exactly within that line. And so with young people that are so innovative, that are into, technology and how we can utilize resources for, bettering our economies, we recognize that the renewable energy space is one that has piqued a lot of interest, that has opportunity for creating that green transition that we're looking for, and also, encouraging and promoting the engagement of youth. STEM is something that we're looking towards, and so it creates the opportunity for both young men and women to be able to, be engaged and be able to be empowered and educated while still being able to create a job and a livelihood for themselves.
I think young people really have to think about everything that they do more holistically. So what are the long-term effects or repercussions or consequences of this job that I'm going to employ? A lot of it is going to be what we call ecopreneurs, which is entrepreneurship, but in an eco-friendly way. I know a young person who is keeping bees, so that is a ecopreneurship opportunity for you to make some money, but also do it in a sustainable way. I think that we're really innovative and we're not afraid to try things. Thinking outside of the box, just looking around your community, doing some research to see what avenues you can get involved in that, yes, make money for you, put money in your pocket, but also have a beneficial effect in the long term on society. My call to action for young people is to get involved, whether it's through your community group, whether it is through an organization like the JCCYC, or whether through one of UNDP programs. Get involved, engage your leaders, whether it's on a community level, a national level. I think as young people, we kind of feel maybe afraid sometimes, or we don't know how to approach those in power. But it's very important for us to have these conversations to make sure that things that we care about are on the agenda. And in terms of getting involved in green and blue jobs, you also need to pressure these people to create space for this sort of green and blue economy to really grow.
So when we think about Ready, Reset, Recharge of 2020 and some of the key recommendations for youth, there are three in particular that I think are quite important. The first speaks to the engagement of youth in climate change related campaigns. Young people are at the heart of innovation, and so we want to make sure that whatever messages are being tailored are for them and by them. The second one speaks to increased collaboration and communication among youth groups, and so we see the importance of, power in numbers. When we work together, we're able to, proliferate the kind of messaging and the kind of energy that we want within the climate space. And so groups working together is a key finding from that I think we want to reiterate. And finally, the creation and, the promotion of resilient infrastructure is another one that is quite important, especially when we think about green jobs and how we are going to create additional opportunities for young people to get into that space. And so the three key takeaways: resilient infrastructure through the creation of green jobs, youth groups working together more to amplify the work that is being done, and finally, ensuring that youth are engaged in climate change campaigns to create greater buy-in.
Forests are vital for life on Earth. Mangroves are tropical and subtropical trees and plants that live primarily in coastal environments. Mangroves can be found in every parish. They thrive mostly in the brackish wetlands on the south coast as well as on the north coast. Jamaican mangrove forests are a biologically diverse and productive ecosystem.
They're very important to us as human beings who happen to live near mangroves.
The mangrove is like a wall, we call it a buffer, that keeps back the strong force of wind that comes with an hurricane, and it also keeps back the high tide from entering into the community.
Mangroves control erosion, improve water quality, trap soil and sediments, protect coral reefs, and build up the land. They provide a nursery ground and habitat for fish, shellfish, and other species, as well as a refuge for marine animals. Jamaican mangroves present ecotourism opportunities and support local livelihoods.
The mangrove, it's where the fish them breed. Them hide in night, grow in night. No other predator can come and catch it. We have to protect it. Protect the fish that we can catch and make our money.
Mangrove forests are among the most carbon-rich ecosystems globally and play a critical role in the fight against climate change.
Mangrove forests can actually capture and retain and hold for an indefinite period the most carbon per unit of forest and prevent that carbon from causing harmful effects in our climate.
Jamaican mangroves are hardy and resilient, but are under threat from urban area expansion, industrial development, and other human activities.
Person used to use it for charcoal burning, feed animals or such. They didn't really know the importance. Now we know to protect it because it is protecting us.
Mangroves are important for our quality of life. We need to recognize their worth, value them, and allow them to thrive. Act now to protect and preserve the mangroves.
Hello and welcome to PBCJ Presents. On this special edition of the program, we have a conversation with esteemed musician Stephen Woodham. You are in a prime position to tell me what you think of today's music, dancehall specifically.
Well, dancehall is very much a huge part of the energy that we're experiencing. So
it's ugly.
No, it is. It is a reflection of our society. It has to express very, very clearly what we are dealing with. And if you personally feel that there is something that's being said in the music that is crass or violent or anything, it's because this is what is being experienced.
That's what I think.
So it is not a question that we will then, look at the music negatively. We look at the music as being a reflection of who we are.
Have you ever heard of an artist called Skeng?
No.
Coming in April.
The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Visit the Ministry of Finance and the Public Services website, mof.gov.jm, for more information.
Humble despite being revered as someone who has contributed significantly to the development of healthcare in Jamaica and its overall advancement. Everton Wesley Anderson is just thankful and happy for the opportunity to be of service to the people and the country he calls home.
I believe that Jamaica is the place to live. I cannot see myself living outside of Jamaica. Visiting is fine. So I believe if you're going to live here, you have to give to your country. And that is my commitment.
This St. James parishioner came to national prominence when he was named All-Island Boss of the Year in 2003 and again in 2015. Over the years, he has been involved in the development of numerous projects and programs in public health. He epitomizes excellence in healthcare administration, a field which wasn't his chosen career path.
I started in healthcare, I think, by maybe sheer luck or accident, because that was really not my intention. I left university and probably was thinking of banking or finance, and then a job came up in the health sector at entry level at St. James Health Services, and once I took that job, I think it started a love affair with the health system and with contributing to healthcare in Jamaica.
Mr. Anderson honed his skills as a health administrator over 20 years in various managerial roles in the public sector.
We've always tried the route of self-improvement as we try to be better health leaders so the country can benefit from what we have to offer.
His career blossomed in Western Jamaica, where he moved up the ranks from parish administrative officer to parish manager for the Westmoreland, Hanover and St. James health departments. Mr. Anderson later became the youngest civil servant to be appointed Chief Executive Officer of the Cornwall Regional Hospital. He spent 10 years at the Type A Hospital. Among his biggest achievements there were the buy-in of clinicians, the development of cardiology and dialysis services, the introduction of neurosurgery, and the opening of a chemotherapy suite.
If you look at the cancer centers that we led, for example, we were operating on very old technology. Now we're at the cutting edge of technology with 2 centers, one in Kingston, one in Montego Bay.
He moved on to lead the Western Regional Health Authority as Regional Director before becoming CEO of the National Health Fund, the NHF.
You have to be a responsible leader to ensure that you are meeting the various regulations and laws that govern a public sector body. And there Mr. Anderson has been outstanding, again leading the team to winning various awards for corporate governance.
I've been at the NHF 10 years now. It's been a good journey working with the team, working with the staff to achieve so much for the people of Jamaica.
Through improved technology, the NHF moved from having health cards mailed to clients to having them delivered in minutes.
Just think about it, a person can actually leave their doctor with a diagnosis, get their card within 30 minutes, and get their medication same day. So that makes you feel good that you're allowing somebody to access a benefit a lot quicker.
Technology drives business nowadays, and here at NHF, Mr. Anderson has insisted that we use technology to improve our services and our operations.
Under his leadership, the NHF was tasked with and successfully managed the procurement of all supplies in response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
As a small market, it was very difficult to access supplies, and I remember the day Minister Tufton advised me that we would be responsible for all COVID procurement. I realized that it would have been a significant challenge. But the team, we worked night and day. We worked with numerous countries, numerous organizations across the globe to ensure that Jamaica could have supplies at all times.
Continuous training recently earned him the distinction of board certification in healthcare management and fellow of the American College of Healthcare Executives.
Which really has enabled me access to a lot of educational resources and contacts in the health system globally, so I can actually utilize those to assist my organization and to assist the country at large.
Mr. Anderson has also been serving as a Justice of the Peace for over 15 years. On National Heroes Day 2022, Everton Anderson received his country's gratitude by way of a national honor, the Order of Distinction Commander Class.
When we got the news, we were all extremely elated on his achievement of this award, and we are extremely proud of Mr. Anderson. It has been a privilege working with him. He has been an outstanding leader in mobilizing the team in the execution of our goals and responsibilities.
And we congratulate him wholeheartedly on this national honor.
I feel particularly humbled by it. I was humbled at receiving this award and grateful for my colleagues in the health sector. I also salute them because many of us continue to give.
For him, it's teamwork that makes the dream work, as each one joins hands to build a healthy and prosperous society.
Your government is working for you. On the East Coast, there's the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. The highway, which began in January 2017, is now slated to end in March 2025. Another segment under the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project is the Maypen to Williams Field, which is approximately 81% complete. Next stop, the Morant Bay Urban Center. Preparation and demolition exercises began in July 2022 at the Goodyear factory in the parish where the center is being constructed. Construction phase has already started. Third stop, over in Portmore. Plans are afoot to make the Sunshine City the 15th parish. With the parish status comes the Portmore Resilience Park, which ground will be broken by year-end 2022. For in the west, we have the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, starting from Iron Shore to Bogue, from Montego Bay down to Montpelier. More updates to come as we reignite our nation for greatness.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The 2023-2024 budget debate is happening. Watch it live on PBCJ. Minister of Finance and Public Service.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank everyone for their patience, and we do apologize for the break in transmission due to a technical difficulty. And I did want to say, Madam Speaker, nobody's going to break my stride. Nobody's going to slow me down. Oh, no. We got to keep on moving. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank PBCJ, the speakers, the staff of the Parliament, JIS, and CPTC, and Phase 3, who all chipped in to help us to get back on track. Madam Speaker, I was just about to drop some licks on the opposition. Having, Madam Speaker, gone through the spectacular performance of the Jamaican economy and pointing out that we have had 7 consecutive quarters of economic growth through the pandemic, and we are now, in real terms, after the pandemic, we have real output greater than pre-pandemic. Madam Speaker, we have restored 150,000 jobs, driving the unemployment rate to historic lows. Our net international reserve is now at $3.93 billion, up by 26% pre-COVID levels. Fitch has revised our rating outlook to positive from stable. Madam Speaker, enduring the worst global health crisis and economic crisis in a century without triggering a debt crisis, a balance of payment crisis, or a currency crisis. And Madam Speaker, a point that has often been ignored is that during the global crisis caused by the pandemic, which also triggered global retrenchment in employment, the Jamaican government, your government, our government, did not lay off not even one public sector worker. These achievements speak not only to the resilience and determination of our people, but also to the sound policies and bold actions taken by your government. I also pointed out, Madam Speaker, that the monetary policy, the monetary management of our economy in terms of handling depreciation of our currency is such, Madam Speaker, that it has prevented higher inflation than would have normally occurred had we not been so excellent in the management of our foreign currency and exchange rate. Madam Speaker, in the face of balance of payment crises and significant currency devaluation, in several developing countries, Jamaica has achieved a remarkable feat. For most of our independent history, the exchange rate and currency devaluation would figure prominently in public discourse and certainly in the budget debate. And that's a feature of the debates that we have had. There's really no debate about our fiscal management, and there's really no debate about our monetary policy management. And that is because, Madam Speaker, we have taken a different approach than previous governments. We have established an independent, a truly independent central bank with an inflation-fighting mandate, which has helped to minimize the inflation differential between Jamaica and its main trading partners. As a result, despite experiencing high global inflation and factors outside our control, we have avoided the added inflation caused by currency devaluation, which would have made imports even more expensive for the average Jamaican. Despite this strong macroeconomic performance, we acknowledge that far too many Jamaicans are not experiencing the benefits of our national economic progress in their own personal circumstances. Too many Jamaicans continue to feel the weight of financial hardships on their shoulders, and we empathize with them deeply. It must be recognized that while economic growth is important, it must be accompanied by equity, inclusivity, to ensure that the benefits of the progress that we are celebrating are shared widely and fairly, rather than concentrated in the hands of a few. Understanding the historical inequities and the deep mistrust of the people in the system to share fairly, your government has never taken our focus off the poor and most vulnerable. The government concentrated efforts on creating the condition for the fastest recovery possible because a long period of economic fallout hits the poor the hardest. Nevertheless, with tax revenues precipitously falling and massive spending for the COVID-19 response, your government undertook the largest social welfare transfer in Jamaica's history. The CARE program, to cushion the blow to the most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, the argument is being posited that somehow we haven't done enough for the poor. And I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that the conversation has moved from quarreling over taxation. Because, Madam Speaker, 8 years ago, 9 years ago, a decade ago, when previous budgets were being read, the presentation by the Minister of Finance and by the Prime Minister was that the cupboard was empty. The cupboard empty, there's nothing in the cupboard to argue over. So it is clear that progress has been made. There is something to argue over, to be shared. And before the mic had chipped out, Madam Speaker, I was making the very important point that Jamaicans should not overlook, that the difference between my administration and that side is that they believe in sharing what they don't produce. It's very important that in the debate about sharing prosperity, in the debate about the social adjustments that need to happen, that you have to have the prosperity first to share. That we have to actually create the pie and grow the pie. So we are, Madam Speaker, the government and the political organization that believes in both things. That we have to produce, we have to grow the proverbial pie, and we have to share it equitably, fairly. So when we hear the discussions about increasing spending recklessly, we have been there, and we're not going back there. We believe in the Joseph principle. You know, we put aside, we create buffers. So when the difficult time comes, we can save the people. We remain mindful that the global economic headwinds have not abated, and the global economic outlook remains highly uncertain. Expectation of stability. People can plan. Yes, people can plan. So, Madam Speaker, in last year's budget, I articulated a vision of a strong and resilient Jamaica and how the government was sowing seeds for a future of peace, opportunity, and prosperity. This year, my presentation will highlight the tremendous progress that we continue to make in nurturing those seeds and, day by day, bringing the vision into reality for all. Madam Speaker, one of the seeds we are currently planting enabled by the fiscal discipline and the spectacular performance of our economy, is the compensation review. This is one of the most far-reaching social and economic reforms in our history. The compensation review has been talked about for years. The unions have been asking for it, and we committed to do it. Madam Speaker, these kinds of far-reaching reform, by their very nature, will be contentious as the various bargaining groups bring to the table and try to resolve long-standing inequities and anomalies in their compensation. And the government tries to balance the demands within the framework of the fiscal envelope and the general public sector reform objectives. Everyone involved in the process knows that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to properly establish a logical, transparent, functional, efficient, and equitable compensation system for the public sector. When this is complete, we would have set the stage, planted the seed for a more efficient public service. However, there are dangers to all parties if the process results in instability and agreements are not concluded in a reasonable time. The government, understanding the moment, will continue to be reasonable, encourage understanding, encourage agreement, but we will continue to be patient. I therefore encourage all groups to come to settlement as quickly as possible, and I thank those who have settled already.
I beg to move that the Prime Minister's time be extended sufficiently to allow him to complete his presentation.
Members, the question before the House is that the Prime Minister has given sufficient time to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? There is nothing.
Madam Speaker, I want to turn to security. Every Jamaican wants to feel that they can pursue their interests within the law without fear of violence. Everyone wants to feel secure. The array of threats to personal security and security of the state, that is our national institutions, public assets, strategic interests, and shared values, is wide-ranging and multidimensional. However, most Jamaicans see national security as primarily about controlling crime, and this is understandable given the high level of violence and public disorder citizens experience in some communities across Jamaica. Meaning immediate action to contain crimes on the streets of communities. The truth is, however, crime and violence, particularly murders, have become more than a community-based or citizen-level threat for which a localized or single entity response would be sufficient. Crime and violence can no longer be seen only as a policing problem. While more policing resources are a necessary element in controlling crime, it is not sufficient by itself to sustainably reduce crime and violence in the society. Madam Speaker, we must acknowledge that in nature and extent, Madam Speaker, we must acknowledge that in nature and extent, crime and violence has become a public health epidemic and a threat to the proper functioning of the state, meaning that the scale of crime and violence is so extensive that it is impacting public resources and the national economy, undermining the ability of the state to deliver services, which weakens public confidence in the state and damaging the reputation and brand of the country in the global marketplace. From a public health perspective in Jamaica, physical assaults, that is the intentional use of violence in domestic disputes, intimate partner affairs, disciplining children, business dealings, or in a criminal act, cause severe trauma and loss of life. In fact, assaults continues to be the leading cause of death in the 15 to 49 age group. This is compounded by the mental health trauma to loved ones and others who witness the violent act. The social normalization and increasing propensity to use violence requires a broader response beyond law enforcement. It requires focus beyond the symptoms, which manifest as crime and violence, to a deeper analysis of the social, cultural, and historical factors that drive aggression, hate, lack of respect for authority, low socio-emotional regulation, antisocial behavior, and a lack of value for the inviolability of the person and the sanctity of life. A 2019 Capri study on scamming, gangs, and violence framed and explained the problem by saying, Jamaica's extreme violence problem is often considered in relation to crime. But it is widely understood that violence is ingrained in the social and cultural norms of the majority of Jamaican households and communities. It is accepted that Jamaica is engulfed by a dominant culture of violence. Jamaica's extraordinary high-impact violent situation is thought to be the result of a confluence of factors, centuries of oppression under enslavement and colonialism, followed by decades of political tribalism with violent criminal groups being affiliated with political parties, augmented by the violence associated with drug trafficking and other criminal enterprises, and fueled by poverty, weak family structures, and weak social institutions. These have cemented a culture of violence that has persisted and worsened since independence in 1962. That's the Capri summation of our problem. The question for this generation, for us here in this parliament, the question is, how do we change this definition of ourselves? That is the mission for this generation of Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, an important part of the response to crime and violence, in addition to the more policing approach, must be the engagement of critical social, emotional, and psychological services and support for the victims, the perpetrators, yes, loved ones, that is, those emotionally connected to the victims and the perpetrators, and the witnesses, Madam Speaker, those who were not directly the target of violence, but who observed it. And these are oftentimes children. And they don't really factor sometimes in the response. This is the most underdeveloped part of Jamaica's crime and violence response plan. There have been several projects established by the government to address this element of the crime plan over the years. The most notable is the Citizen Security and Justice Program. And there have been several violence interruption strategies, such as the Peace Management Initiative. And we note the work of other civic initiatives, such as Violence Prevention Alliance and the PSOJ's Project STAR. The JCF itself, through its community safety and security branch, domestic violence centers, and their school resource officers, also do significant violence interruption on the social side. On the clinical and mental health side, the Ministry of Health does have some resources, as well as there are other private sector support that helps persons who have been exposed or affected by violence to cope. The challenge has been that the efforts are disparate, limited in reach and scope, and mainly implemented in project form with short-term grant budgets. They have had some local impact, but the gains have not been sustained because of the projectized nature of the support, which needs to be institutionalized, mainstreamed, and budgeted. Madam Speaker, we have heard the conversations about the PMI and the perspective being shared that the government does not support violence interruption strategies. That's not the truth. And that's not the case. That's not the case. That is a critical part of any strategy to deal with crime. But, Madam Speaker, what we have seen, having established citizen security programs from 2003, is that they need now to be mainstream. They need to be systemized within government. Madam Speaker, in 2019, I established the National Commission for Violence Prevention. And so far, among other activities, they have reviewed the violence prevention initiatives of 22 ministries, departments, and agencies, 6 NGOs, and other entities. They have reviewed over 45 violence prevention programs that have been implemented between 2015 and 2021. They have analyzed the 696 individual interventions implemented at the community level over the period 2015 to 2021. And they have facilitated collaboration, coordination, and data sharing between the various entities. From these undertakings, the Commission is now developing a 10-year evidence-based national action plan with recommendations for legislative changes, institutional building, governance, and best practices around a full national mobilization to control and reduce violence as a feature of our society. The objective is to create a comprehensive, all-of-society enterprise to engineer a social and cultural transformation of the Jamaican society and culture away from crime and violence. We are seeking to bring about a cultural revolution in Jamaica. We expect the Commission to deliver its report in the coming fiscal year, noting that preliminary work has been done in terms of resource allocation, planning, legislation, and institutional arrangements necessary to execute the plan. Once we have this national plan, then we will be able to properly fund and deploy violence interrupters right across the country, psychologists and social workers right across the country, to be able to treat with the real problems, not just the symptoms which we see expressed on the surface as crime and violence, but the real problem of hate, of aggression, of low self-esteem, of inability to socio-emotionally regulate, of lack of respect for the inviolability of the physical person, the body of the person, and a lack of respect for life. Those are the real issues. And no policeman can change that. No more boots on the ground can change that. That requires almost a person-to-person conversation. Madam Speaker, we could have done what has already been done, which is to just throw money at it, develop a small project, but it requires now much more. It requires a system-wide approach. And that is what the National Commission for the Prevention of Violence is set up to do. So, Madam Speaker, this is another seed that we are planting that will bear fruit for the transformation of our society. We take on the big problems. The big problems that have dogged us for decades that nobody has dealt with, like compensation review. We feel that we are so bold, Minister, that we could take this big problem on. Well, we have taken it on. And we are now taking on this big problem of violence. But we do these things in systematic ways so that the results are sustainable. So yes, I understand the complaints about crime and how people feel right now. But I want you to know that we are working very hard to bring a sustainable solution. You're going to see the transformation. You're going to see it because we are doing it the right way. We're not coming to you and making all kinds of promises. No, we're taking our time. We're very deliberate, very instrumental, but it will be done. In addition to the social and public health threat that crime and violence present, crime and violence, Madam Speaker, is now a systemic threat to the proper functioning of the state. I want that point to sink in a little bit. It's a threat to the functioning of the state to enforce its law, deliver justice, protect its borders, and secure its revenues. When criminals routinely seek to kill or intimidate witnesses, which happens quite a bit, they weaken the ability of the justice system to convict them. Because that's why they do it. And then they brag that they bust the case because no witnesses show up. They weaken the ability of the justice system to convict them. When criminals deliberately seek to befriend and enlist the protection of police officers and public officials, they compromise the ability of the state to effectively enforce its law. When criminals seek to infiltrate our ports and airports, they compromise the ability of the government to control our borders. When criminal gangs seek to extort public works, this is a direct and brazen attempt to use state resources to advance criminal enterprise. We have seen elements of this along the South Coast Highway Improvement Project and the resulting impact on crime, particularly in the Bull Bay area. Thankfully, Madam Speaker, one of the main culprits involved was apprehended and fatally wounded. So he's no longer a player in that space. In the coming fiscal year, the government will be undertaking several major infrastructural projects across the island. The National Security Council discussed this specific type of threat, and we have tasked the JCF and MOCA to establish special security operations around these projects to ensure that our major infrastructure projects are not hijacked by criminals seeking to illicitly benefit from public resources through extortion or holding up work schedules. Madam Speaker, the prevalence of criminal gangs organizing violence against citizens and the state in furtherance of their criminal enterprise cannot be taken lightly. Testimony in the recently concluded gang trials gave insight into the cruel and calculating nature of gang operations and how they try to use violence to spread fear and weaken the state, including trying to increase the murder rate. There was actually testimony where one gang leader said, wait, how come my area is not leading in murders? That's just how sadistic these gangs are. Organized violence by gangs amounts to criminal terrorism. Organized violence by gangs amount to criminal terrorism. While the motive may not be for a political cause, their objective is to weaken any authority that could restrict their enterprise. The verdict in the recent anti-gang trial is a victory for Jamaica. I want to commend the JCF and their investigators, and the DPP and their prosecutors who have put together the case. And I believe special mention must be made of the two main witnesses who made great personal sacrifice. The NIB indicated in 2020 that there were approximately 389 gangs operating in Jamaica, with 250 being active gangs. When we multiply what we know about the gangs' operation from the trials across the 250 active gangs, we begin to get an understanding as to why, on average, 75% of murders are gang-related in Jamaica, why conflicts escalate so quickly, why they last so long, and why so many deaths occur as a result. Every day, several gangs are at work plotting which bar they will rob, which delivery truck they will hijack, which business they will extort, which rival they will attack, and sadly, who they will kill for fun. Organized violence is a national emergency, which requires enhanced preventative powers to disrupt the activities of the gangs, control the space in which they operate, control their movement, increase surveillance on them, cut off their source of financing, and divert their recruits. Madam Speaker, it is in this context that we have used limited and localized states of public emergency to slow the buildup of gang terrorism and its devastating impact on communities and the undermining effect it has on the state. The SOEs work every time they are deployed, every time. Because they are targeted at those on whom strong intelligence has indicated their involvement in creating the threat to life and property on so extensive a scale in the community that if the state does not act immediately, the threat will materialize and rapidly escalate. Madam Speaker, the JCF does not only disrupt the violence of gangs through the use of SOEs, but every year the security forces interrupt at least 300 planned murders through our intelligence capabilities. So I want you to just think of that. If we weren't proactive, even forget about the SOEs, but even if we weren't proactive, whatever murder rate is resulting for the year, add 300 to that. So the argument about, we're not doing enough or we're not putting more, that doesn't hold water. The problem, however, is far greater than the resources and institutions that we have. But the bigger problem is the lack of political consensus around how to deal with it. That's the bigger problem, and I will address that later on. The SOE combined with our intelligence operations and the gang cases that we continue to put before the courts, and I want us to appreciate this, I want Jamaicans to appreciate this, that this administration has 14 gang cases lined up before the courts. 14! These cases take huge resources, enormous resources, and time. And again, I want to just, big up the investigators and the detectives. They put themselves at risk. They go undercover. They infiltrate the gangs. They collect the evidence. We don't. The public doesn't know the sacrifice and danger that our security forces go through. The public just sees, you know, the gang members and they're driving flashy cars and they have money in the communities, or some of them are very low key, but they don't make the understanding that what these people do is they're like termites eating away at the institutions of the state. But not only that, eating away at the security in your community and pretending as if they are the ones keeping you safe. It's a real problem that is entrenched in our society. Entrenched. So the SOEs, combined with our intelligence operations and the gang cases we continue to put before the courts, have helped to suppress the murder rate. However, the root cause, organized violence from gangs, is always trying to push up the murder rate. It is a continuous struggle, but we are building the capacity to overcome the gangs in a sustainable way. We are going to radam the criminal gangs. The original Mr. Radam is here with us. Peanut Dread. Madam Speaker, while there have been several written and comprehensive national security strategy and plans and crime plans, none of them have had system-wide implementation. In 2017, my administration brought together the myriad of security strategies and agencies under an institutionalized National Security Council as a committee of cabinet to coordinate and direct the implementation of a national master plan of action to secure Jamaica. Plan Secure Jamaica focuses effort on 10 discrete strategic subject areas. These are violence and crime, public order, community safety, justice, crisis response and resilience, corruption, territorial integrity, cyber defense, critical infrastructure protection, and economic and environmental security. In all of these 10 areas, there are cross-cutting strategies to improve the legislative framework, improve leadership and management of the various responsible agencies, increase funding for capital and human capacity development, develop mutually aligned partner support, digitize and integrate technology, and develop local community participation and stakeholder support and ownership. Madam Speaker, legislatively, under Plan Secure Jamaica, we have created a new regime for illegal firearms. Since its passage in November last year, 247 persons have been charged with illegal possession of a prohibited firearm under the new Firearms Act. We are in the process of passing a new bail act. We have tabled amendments to Offences Against the Person Act to increase the minimum penalty for murder, and will soon introduce further amendments to align the penalties for associated offences. Amendments to the Fingerprint Act are being completed for tabling in the coming fiscal year. A new offender management policy and corrections bill is being prepared to further protect our borders, our revenues, and our economy. We are now updating our Customs Act, and Jamaica Customs is now a permanent member of the National Security Council. And through this more strategic cooperation, over 81 weapons have been discovered coming into the country since the start of the year. The Enhanced Security Measures Bill will be tabled in the coming financial year. And in terms of public order, we have passed and started the implementation of the Road Traffic Act, and we are updating the fines under the NSWMA Act. Madam Speaker, in terms of resources, we can safely say that no other administration has spent more on security than we have. After years of neglect and underinvestment in the capital budget and building human capacity, the ongoing transformation of the JCF and the JDF is visible. The government has spent, on average, $9.7 billion on capital investments in national security over the last 8 years since 2016, compared with approximately $3.2 billion over the 8-year period prior to 2016. We have invested 3 times as much in security than any previous administration. But sadly, Madam Speaker, still there is a long way to go to build the capacity of the JCF, JDF, and MOCA to be at the level where it can effectively control and reduce crime in a sustainable way. I want you to consider this, Madam Speaker, that one drug bust could amount to sometimes as much as 10% of the capital budget. So what we are tackling, Madam Speaker, I would wish that there would be greater national consensus so that we can truly get around this problem. Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, we can report significant progress in the build-out of our security forces. The JCF of today is not the same JCF of 10 years ago. Under Project Rock, which is to repair, Minister, you remind me, is to repair and overhaul and construct Project Rock. 134 police facilities out of a targeted 200 facilities have either been newly built, refurbished, expanded, or in progress. I can identify with the investment, Madam Speaker, in police infrastructure. In my own constituency, the new Olympic Gardens police station was built. Additionally, I opened and they renovated and expanded Port Antonio police station and broke ground for the new Stony Hill police station. It's not only police stations, additional classrooms, and the medical service branch of the National Police College of Jamaica was constructed, and the Police Emergency Communication Center was relocated to improve facilities. This year, we will start the process to construct a new divisional headquarters in Spanish Town for St. Catherine North Police Division and a new police station for Westmoreland, for the Westmoreland Division. By the end of the project, this administration would have significantly improved the built infrastructure of the JCF, improved the working conditions of its members, and the quality of service to the public. This major budget commitment is being used as well to modernize and expand the JCF and its capabilities. The expansion of the JCF's radio communication and microwave network should be noted. The implementation of the station's records management system, which is now being rolled out at 23 locations across the island currently, with another 120 locations to go live by the end of 2023-2024 fiscal year. The acquisition of the multi-biometric identification system to facilitate efficient processing of criminal records. The implementation of the e-ticketing system with over 800 electronic ticketing machines in the hands of the traffic police island-wide, already accounting for more than half the tickets issued to date. But the big one, Madam Speaker, the big one, the procurement of a C5, Command, Communications, Computation, Control, and Coordination Center that will massively increase situational awareness and response capabilities by connecting and integrating Jamaica Eye, other communication systems, traffic management systems, and other public safety electronic systems to one intelligence processing area. Madam Speaker, the JCF has also increased its investment in recruitment and training capabilities over the last 3 years. As a result, the size of the force has increased from approximately 11,000 to close to 13,000 over the past 2 years, coming close to its establishment of 14,000. On average, the JCF is now recruiting 1,250 trainees per year, under this improved training system. Approximately 400 to 450 members retire or otherwise leave the force per year. So currently, we net approximately 800 additional members per year. For the first time in decades, we are growing the force, not only in the number of recruits, but in the quality of the personnel joining. Madam Speaker, persons who know about standard setting and quality management might be surprised to hear this. But the JCF has taken on the ambitious task of becoming ISO 9001 certified. And it has received its first certification last year. The ISO 9001 is a rigorous international standard for quality management systems for organizations. Not many local organizations have this certification, and our JCF has received certification in this regard. Madam Speaker, transformation does not happen overnight. The change is sometimes so discreet, it is imperceptible, especially when the change is happening internally. Madam Speaker, we are not bringing any consultants from abroad. We are not bringing any, police from abroad for us to model. This is all being done internally and locally. The JCF as an organization has incredible resources. Resources in IT, in human resource management, obviously resources in security, but they have resources in construction. They have all kinds of skills. It's a multifaceted organization. It is a national asset, and we should invest in it and build it and make it strong. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to commend the Commissioner of Police and thank the hard-working men and women of the JCF for their committed effort and dedicated service to the country. Madam Speaker, I'll say a few words about the JDF as Minister of Defense and Chairman of the National Security Council. The JDF is critical to all lines of effort in Plan Secure Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition spoke about the militarization of our security forces. By the way, it's the same Leader of the Opposition who calls for more boots on the ground. If there is ever any problem in his constituency, which we have similar constituencies, the call is more boots on the ground. However, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition pointed out that we have made massive investments in the JDF. Madam Speaker, last night I received a call from someone who heard your comment, Leader of the Opposition. And she said to me, don't pay him any mind. No, listen to what she said. Because if it was left up to him alone, her house would burn down. Madam Speaker, it's a profound point, and I don't mean any, but the point has to be made. Madam Speaker, the JDF has flown over 300 missions to out fires. That would have destroyed several times over the value of what we spend. Madam Speaker, it is a lack of understanding of how we must build these institutions. They are not just there to fight crime. Security is not just about crime. Security is about resilience. It's about recovery. It's about protecting your environmental assets. It's about protecting your borders, protecting your fisheries. And to do that, you need institutions like the JDF and the JCF with the resources and the capacity to be able to respond. They never had it before. When we took over, they didn't even have 2 good offshore patrol vessels. There was just fishing in our waters and our fishermen can't get anything. All kinds of drugs passing through our waters. Guns coming in. And that's why we build the capacity to be able to respond. So, Madam Speaker, let us not pour cold water on the investment in the JDF. When the times get difficult, yes, if there was ever a natural disaster, God forbid, you need that capacity to respond. So, Madam Speaker, the JDF continues to support the JCF in security operations generally and within zones of special operations. And along with the efforts of the Joint Anti-Gang Task Force, they have yielded the recovery of over 350 illegal guns. In the specialized area of cybersecurity, the JDF is establishing a cyber academy to train personnel and create a professional cyber workforce for cybersecurity and defense for the Jamaican government and for industry. This is an area in which we are woefully short of skills, and the first cohort should commence working in the coming fiscal year. In the coming fiscal year, the JDF will take delivery of 2 additional offshore patrol vessels to strengthen maritime domain awareness and control over our territorial waters. The maritime capacity continues to bear fruit in combating the illicit drug trade and organized crime and protecting our fishing stock and other maritime assets. The JDF is also managing the ongoing build-out of the coastal surveillance system that includes long-range radars to help secure our 1,022-kilometer coastline and our global maritime distress and safety system, which gives us greater domain awareness to our Coast Guard to provide security to users of our waters as well as search and rescue capabilities. Madam Speaker, the Jamaica National Service Corps, a program that is dear to my heart, remains one of our most critical post-school efforts for youth engagement. To date, 5,242 Jamaican youth have been trained through the JNSC. 3,447 have transitioned into the regular branch of service of the JDF. And graduates of the JNSC program receive certification, which gives them a competitive advantage in the labor market. The JNSC graduates some JNSC graduates have transitioned into the JCF recruitment program and other public sector and private sector entities. In 2022, 491 JNSC applicants or participants successfully completed their 1-year training and entered the regular JDF. Currently, there are 1,066 JNSC recruits in varying stages of the program. Madam Speaker, after 6 years of operation, the JNSC is a model that works in creating a pool of skilled and trainable workers in the fields of security, logistics, engineering, vocational trades, and information technology. It is now time to scale up this program in a significant way as one of our strategies to reintegrate our unattached youth into the workforce and divert them from joining gangs. Starting this year, Heart NSTA Trust will increase its collaboration with the JDF JNSC to recruit an additional 2,000 youth to the program yearly. This is not only a security imperative, it is also an economic imperative as the country approaches full employment. We must ensure that our out-of-school population is directed into the workforce with work-ready skills, knowledge, and attitude. In a quick summary, Madam Speaker, Jamaica recorded 63 murders in 1962. But violence has always been a part of our history of enslavement and colonialism. As we emerge as an independent nation, struggling to build our economy and overcome poverty and social inequality, violence became a pronounced feature of our social struggle through the use of politically organized and related violence. The association with violence with politics, in some ways, legitimize the producers of violence. The association with politicians legitimize violence producers. Though our politics eventually matured away from using violence, by then violence generally and organized violence in particular had become an aggravating feature of crime. Madam Speaker, I want to pause at this point. We have had success in treating with violence before. It happened when there was consensus, when we agreed that we could not allow the electoral system to be infiltrated and influenced by violence. And we agreed to form the Electoral Commission. We can do it. We can do it. Think about it. Elections from 72, 76, 80, well, 83, but 89, and into the 90s, they were violent. But we changed it. I offer, again, my hand in consensus. We have to come to a consensus on how to treat with violence. By the 1990s, organized, intentional, fatal violence, which is gang-related murders mostly, escalated as gangs started to use violence in furtherance of the regional narcotics trade. By 2005, 43 years after independence, when we only had 63 murders, Jamaica recorded its highest murder tally of 1,647. Violence as a social disease and a behavioral problem has become a public health crisis of epidemic proportions. On top of this social context, violence is now a dominant feature of crime, particularly fatal violence organized by gangs in furtherance of their criminal enterprise. Both streams of violence have devastating impact on the quality of life and security of the citizens. However, violence in its organized form, pursuing criminal enterprises, be it drug trade, lottery scamming, extortion, human trafficking, guns trafficking, counterfeit goods, cyber crimes, or turf war, is now at a level where it is a threat to the effective functioning of the state. By any definition, the current situation is not acceptable in a free and democratic country and can only be described as a state of emergency. Madam Speaker, this administration has seen the problem for what it is and has implemented a comprehensive program of policy and legislative reform, institutional building and governance, increased investment in infrastructure and capacity, along with more tactile responses of increased policing and use of emergency powers. What has taken 60 years to manifest will not be corrected overnight, and we understand that it is a process. Just as we overcame violence as a feature of our politics by pursuing electoral reform and building institutions of the ECJ and making the budget allocations to fund it, similarly, I am confident that with the reforms, the institution building and funding that we have dedicated, we will overcome social violence and organized violence and crime. We will restore Jamaica to the peaceful, respectful, loving, civil, and pro-social values we embraced in 1962 as an independent nation. Madam Speaker, I am committed to this. Madam Speaker, a quick word on energy. We cannot overemphasize the vital role that energy plays in growth and socio-economic development, and we must increase our resilience and ability to withstand shocks through careful policy approaches. In 2022, the electric vehicle strategic framework, as well as governing fiscal policy, was approved by Cabinet, and the order governing importation of electric vehicles was issued. However, it restricted the importation of cars and it restricted the importation to only cars and SUVs. The government will be removing that restriction to include a wider range, including electric motorbikes. And Madam Speaker, we have a demonstration of some of the electric motorbikes. They're right in the foyer. And they're quite efficient, and they last long and comfortable. And they're powerful. They're surprisingly powerful. Madam Speaker, the only thing is that they don't make any noise. And of course, no emissions. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has increased its renewable energy, more than fourfolds, from 3% in 2015. The government is finalizing the Integrated Resource Plan 2 that will outline the roadmap for achieving 50% renewables by 2030. No fossil fuel plants are contemplated under IRP2, meaning, Madam Speaker, that under this new Integrated Resource Plan, we will not be approving any more fossil fuel-based electricity generation. So IRP2 has outlined another 2,050 megawatts of potential renewable resources island-wide, and considers wind, hydro, solar, and battery energy storage systems as the most cost-efficient options to achieve 50% by 2030. The draft IRP2 is now being presented to various stakeholders for discussion and feedback. Thereafter, it will be finalized and presented to Cabinet for consideration and approval. Madam Speaker, as we undertake this transition, it must be undertaken very carefully, as the changing mix and natural intermittency of these renewable resources can create challenges for the grid, and we need, Madam Speaker, to balance supply and demand. It is not simply a question of building more solar or wind power. We must ensure that when we build them, if there is any interruption, that our grid does not collapse. So, Madam Speaker, we are taking the proper approach of planning how we integrate renewables into our network. Madam Speaker, I'll say a quick word about climate change. For developing nations such as Jamaica, the issue of climate change is a particularly relevant one. Small island developing states like Jamaica have limited impact on driving the rate of climate change. We are, however, the ones most at risk and bearing the brunt of the crisis. The fact that 70% of Jamaica's population lives within 5 kilometers of the sea highlights the great risk we face from sea level rise. The current drought and the exponential increase in fire should make it self-evident that we are already experiencing the impacts of climate change. We are already seeing the impacts of slow onset events such as saltwater intrusion in our wells, deteriorating soil quality, and lower pollination rates, and we are at risk always from catastrophic weather events such as hurricanes. Jamaica is not sitting by idly. We are strategically addressing our inherent vulnerabilities with the appropriate focus on building resilience while honoring our moral obligation to reduce our emissions. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has been a strong voice on the international stage in advocating for climate justice and increased mobilization of climate finance, particularly for small island developing states. In 2018, I represented the government of Jamaica at the request of the Secretary General of the United Nations, together with the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, and the Emir of Qatar, to lead a political initiative to mobilize climate financing to support the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Last year, as co-chair of the NDC partnership with the United Kingdom, we launched a new global finance strategy aimed at mobilizing current funding for climate action. Madam Speaker, the next phase of Jamaica's development must be designed through the climate lens and must include a macroeconomic strategy that builds resilience in all facets of national life and to adapt to this existential threat. Madam Speaker, in partnership with the Coalition of Climate Resilience Investment, the Green Climate Fund, United Kingdom Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, and Oxford University, we have designed an analytic and predictive tool to assist in decision-making around climate-resilient infrastructure investment. Jamaica is the first country globally to use this systemic risk assessment tool, or we call it JSART, to evaluate the strength of infrastructure as it relates to climate events. So by way of a quick explanation, Madam Speaker, this tool maps all the threats. And then when you go to make an investment, let's say you're going to build a road, immediately all the climate threats that could impact the road are known. So, Madam Speaker, it's not that you won't build a road. You would still build a road, but because you're looking at the road through a climate lens, you may have to design the road differently. You may have to take it in from the shore. You may have to increase the thickness of the asphalt. You may have to put in more drainage. Or you may decide that, Madam Speaker, maybe it's better to do a rail or a tunnel. But it helps you to understand. And so we have this tool, and this, what it means is that Jamaica is way ahead of many other countries in mainstreaming climate thinking in government. Madam Speaker, earlier in the fiscal year, we announced the development of a bushfire warning index and management system to monitor areas prone to wildfires. This digital platform, and I believe the graph is showing, this digital platform will provide the necessary information to update communities and emergency responders on the threat of fires. The use of a common alerting protocol and continuous public education are vital elements in the fight against bushfires. So, Madam Speaker, the graph, the heat map currently being displayed shows you the risk areas for bushfires and where bushfires have happened in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, our commitment also spans support to the public transport sector. And I want to pause here and use the opportunity to thank the German federal government for its International Climate Initiative, which provides a grant of approximately 4 million euros to support e-mobility to Jamaica. The project will seek to introduce new and disruptive technologies leading to long-term emission reductions accompanied by capacity building measures. Madam Speaker, allow me to update the House on the gains made in modernizing the country's environmental policy and legislative frameworks to increase sustainability, protection, and restoration. Madam Speaker, we have completed work on an unprecedented number of policies in this financial year. And at the appropriate time, I will ask for a recommittal to allow for the tabling of the following policies and legislation. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation has finalized 4 new national policies and 1 strategy of great importance. First is the watershed policy, which is a green paper. Which I have here with me and we'll table later. We have completed work on a new watershed policy, and this is a critical tool for the management of watersheds, which has again been brought into sharp focus by the ongoing drought. I look forward to the proactive engagement of stakeholders in advancing this policy initiative as we move to finalize the current drafts as national policy. The second policy initiative is for policies governing climate change and emissions. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the government has already completed work on two critical companion policies, which is the updated climate change policy framework and the new emissions policy. And as you can see, these are substantial documents. These policies provide a clear roadmap for how Jamaica intends to respond to the existential threat of climate change and at the same time improve our air quality through the reduction of harmful emissions. Three implementation examples are the transition of our transportation fleet to electric mobility, motor vehicle tailpipe testing under the new road traffic regulations, and the strengthening of the legislative framework to address open burning. And Madam Speaker, this is something that we need to do as a society, especially when we are having so many bushfires. The other policy, Madam Speaker, is something that all Jamaicans would appreciate. Madam Speaker, all Jamaicans must have access to our beautiful beaches. This is without question. These beaches must be of good quality and properly regulated to ensure safety, security, economic livelihood, and enjoyment for all citizens. Our beaches are not only a source of recreation, but a significant element of our tourism and the fisheries sector. The development of the beach access and management policy is advanced, and the document will be ready for tabling within the first quarter of the new fiscal year. Then, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about our policies on ecologically sensitive areas. Madam Speaker, last year in my contribution to the budget debate, I announced a new policy initiative which will further serve to strengthen environmental protection in the country. 15 ecologically sensitive areas across the island have been identified for enhanced protection. These geographical areas which will have restrictions on the types of activities that may be permitted in order to preserve their hydrological or ecological functions and services. Low-impact development, such as ecotourism, may be permitted in these areas, but the restrictive conditions and approval from the relevant regulatory authorities must be received. Madam Speaker, not only have we completed the policy work, but we have also moved swiftly to implementation. I ask members to turn their attention to the screen as I declare the 15 environmentally sensitive areas. The first is Industry Cove in Hanover, Bogue, St. James, Montpelier, St. James, Winds, Morass, and Oyster Bay, Trelawney, Bengal in St. Anne, Fern Gully in St. Anne, Holland Bay, St. Thomas, Long Mountain, St. Andrew, Palisadoes, that is the Port Royal Protected Area Conservation Zones, Shooters Hill, St. Catherine, Hellshire Hills and Goat Islands, St. Catherine, Canoe Valley, Manchester and Clarendon, Great Bay, and I visited Great Bay last year, a really beautiful area of Jamaica that needs to be protected, and that's in St. Elizabeth, and the Negril Great Morass in Hanover and Westmoreland. This policy work is designed to ensure that our ecological assets are protected for generations to come. At the core of these and other initiatives is the call for 30% of our land and marine areas to be protected And Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that we will exceed that target, Madam Speaker, and we will do it as early as 2025. Madam Speaker, last year, the government completed work to designate the Cockpit Country Protected Area, over 78,000 hectares of land located in central Jamaica. Additionally, in this financial year, we declared the Black River Protected Area and under the Natural Resources Conservation Authority Act. Madam Speaker, you would recall that at that time, I made a further commitment to make the Pedro Keys and surrounding waters a protected area. This has now been completed. And I have the act that does that here. The designation gave due consideration to fishing, and this policy creates boundaries that will give the fisherfolk of the Pedro Keys a pathway towards sustainability and ultimately greater prosperity. Madam Speaker, when we take action to preserve these areas, sometimes we come into conflict with the people who have been using them for decades. But the challenge is, Madam Speaker, is to have those fishers, or the man who burns the coal skill, as they call it, or someone who uses slash and burn methods for farming, to understand that we are not trying to take away your livelihood. What we are trying to do is to preserve your livelihood and make your work, your effort, more prosperous. So in declaring the Pedro Keys, we are not stopping fishing, but we are putting in place a mechanism for the fishers to use that natural resource more sustainably. And that is always the conflict, Madam Speaker, when we are trying to make these huge social changes. That there's always this great level of distrust that somehow the government is, coming to take away my food, take away my livelihood. But Madam Speaker, I think we need to move past that. This government is not trying to take away anybody's livelihood. What we're trying to do is to make sure that you can have a livelihood. And Madam Speaker, the evidence is that where we have created sanctuaries and where we have intervened and assisted fishers and assisted farmers, the output is better. So instead of the first response trying to be to stop it, the response really should be immediately to embrace it and try and work together. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to announce that the Pedro Keys and surrounding waters have now been declared a protected area. Madam Speaker, this government is moving from vision to reality by nurturing the seeds of peace and prosperity. Madam Speaker, it is clear that the government is actively pursuing greater legislative and practical protection for our environment. We have, however, also been pursuing significant restoration efforts. In 2019, I announced a national tree planting initiative, which had a target of planting 3 million trees in 3 years. In essence, 1 tree for every Jamaican. I'm pleased today to report that through the efforts of the Forestry Department and many other national stakeholders, we have passed the mark of 2.5 million trees planted nationally. Madam Speaker, I've directed the Forestry Department to coordinate and work with the National Works Agency to ensure that along all new road projects, trees will be planted to soften the impact of the infrastructure as well as to improve the aesthetics of the area, increase biodiversity, and contribute to the reduction of the heat island effect, particularly within urban spaces. So for instance, along the corridors of East King's House, Lady Musgrave, and Arthurwit Drive, they will plant and nurture over 3,000 new trees during and after the road widening exercise. Along Highway 2000, they will begin this month with the planting and nurturing of over 10,000 trees. Madam Speaker, in the process of development, we know that sometimes trees are removed. I have further directed the Forestry Department to procure equipment which will assist in relocating some trees during the process of development. And Madam Speaker, the technology exists, the equipment exists, and this is done quite often. Not all the trees will survive. But you know what, Madam Speaker? Because we respect our environment and we respect that the tree has a life, that we who are masters of the environment will act in a way that is respectful and protected. Madam Speaker, we all can recall the horrific chemical pollution incident which adversely impacted the health of the Rio Cobre and the livelihoods of those who depend on it. We cannot continue to use our rivers as dumping grounds for solid waste, effluent discharge, and as sewers. The practice of illegal aggregate mining in our rivers is also of deep concern to the government. I have directed the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation and NEPA to establish a technical working group to examine all matters related to the use and health of the Rio Cobre River Basin. 3 key outcomes of the work of this technical group will include a plan to seize all effluent discharge to the river, the development of a roadmap to provide legal protection for rivers under the NRCA Act, and the design of an early warning system. Retired University of the West Indies lecturer Dr. Anthony Greenway has kindly accepted chairmanship of this technical working group. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to update this Honourable House of the following achievements. We have now confirmed the Kingston and St. Andrew Pedro Keys Development Order. Madam Speaker, those who are in development and construction would understand the importance of this. It will help to resolve many of the disputes and conflicts that have occurred in this area. NEPA has prepared master plans for Halfway Tree and Constant Spring planning areas that are now being finalized, and it is anticipated that the plans will be approved by the Town and Country Planning Authority within the first quarter of the new financial year. Madam Speaker, it is further anticipated that we will be in a position to confirm development orders for St. Thomas, St. Elizabeth, and the municipality of Portmore in the new financial year. Madam Speaker, despite the robust economic contributions made by the construction sector, the government cannot ignore the negative impacts from some of these developments, as well as the impact on our citizens who live within close proximity of the developments. Madam Speaker, not all developers and contractors and investors present a challenge. Some are very professional. Some understand that they must respect the rights of neighboring property owners. They understand that when they come into a community, they can't disregard the community. But, Madam Speaker, there are some who do not comply with the environmental safeguards, the planning laws, the Building Act, and the Building Code. They pay little regard. They negatively impact spaces. They destroy trees and foliage. They damage verges and roads. And they leave behind concrete spills, which creates a hazard for the road. I mean, it's a terrible thing, Madam Speaker, to see the concrete just on newly paved roads. And there is no consideration, no concern to remove it. So, Madam Speaker, they do this without facing any penalty or having to compensate. The government has taken the decision to impose impact fees to mitigate against damage, against improper and unprofessional development. From these impact fees, the NWA and the municipal authorities, where appropriate, will execute a program to remediate and restore. The impact fees will be predicated and determined by using a calculation that will take into account the condition of the communities prior to the start of construction. The rationale, purpose, structure of the fees, management, as well as the details of the administration and operations of the impact fees will be outlined in a ministry paper that I will table in the first quarter of this new financial year. So, Madam Speaker, we don't want to stop development. We are the government of development, but we are also the government of order. 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 Madam Speaker, education was the hardest hit sector during the pandemic, and it will take the longest to recover. One of the areas of response from the government during the pandemic, for which credit must be given, was a massive effort to eliminate the digital divide. 384 schools now have adequate broadband connectivity when they never had it before. Madam Speaker, through various initiatives, over 150,000 laptops and tablets were issued to teachers and students. Madam Speaker, approximately 120,000 primary and high school students were not showing up online or using any of the other modalities during the pandemic. More troubling was that schools were unable to account for them. The Yard-to-Yard Find the Child initiative, launched by the Ministry of Education and Youth in January 2022, was very successful in getting the children back into the classroom or online. I'm pleased to report, Madam Speaker, that school attendance is better than pre-COVID levels. During the pre-pandemic school year, 2018-2019, approximately 80% of students attended school. Post-pandemic, that is up to February 2023, that number has climbed to 84, or 347,500 students. Additionally, schools are reporting that they are in contact with all their students. This is in sharp contrast to the high number of unaccounted for children during the pandemic. We will not leave any child behind. Our efforts will now shift to treating with the economic situation that primarily causes 16% of our children to be absent from school. We know that if children are absent from school, very little formal learning takes place. It will be hard for them to catch up, so we must get all our children in school. The government has introduced special interventions to enable students to recover quickly. These include extra teaching time for students through summer school and extra lesson work programs, psychological engagement, parental engagement, as well as the provision of digital learning resources. Schools are being assisted by technical teams, including student support coaches, special education officers, curriculum officers, national numeracy and literacy coaches, and community relations officers to implement the plan, to track progress, and to address learning challenges. Virtual sessions for a variety of subjects are continuing online at eHomework Network and on PBCJ. Madam Speaker, I want everyone to appreciate the magnitude of this task and that it is not something that can be achieved overnight. It will require sustained effort. It cannot be done by schools and teachers alone. Parents, and indeed all citizens, have a critical role to play in the development of our children. Madam Speaker, beyond the COVID recovery efforts, the government continues to focus on a broader transformation of the education system. The Education Transformation Oversight Committee, ETOC, chaired by Dr. Adrian Stokes, continues to work closely with the Ministry of Education and Youth on implementation of the recommendations of the Education Transformation Commission, chaired by Professor Orlando Patterson. The consultants engaged to prepare the detailed implementation plan have submitted a draft plan, which is now under review. The project implementation team is in place, and an announcement will soon be made regarding the Chief Transformation Officer. Madam Speaker, one thing you will notice about this government is that we undertake the big things. You know, the things that are really going to make a difference in people's lives, you know, whether it is the fiscal reforms, the compensation review, crime and violence, and now, Madam Speaker, reforming education. And Madam Speaker, we don't just jump into reform, which is oftentimes the error. We take time to plan reform. You know, Madam Speaker, there is a story to be told about revolutions. Revolutions are oftentimes portrayed as being an organic effort. It just happened. The people just one day rose up and a change occurred. Madam Speaker, revolutions have to be managed. And many revolutionary leaders meet upon this problem. Fidel Castro was one. That in trying to change the Cuban state, he realized that he needed managers. You can't change society without having people to manage the change. And so, Madam Speaker, we are seeking to change the society. And we are going about it in a systematic way, planning it, managing it, so that when the change happens, when the revolution happens, it is sustained. Madam Speaker, a historical feature of the Jamaican society is high unemployment. For the first time in our history, Jamaica is approaching full employment with an unemployment rate in the region of 6%. This is a very positive sign for the country, but one which must be carefully managed. At this level of employment, there will be labor shortages which will impact business operations and output. A labor shortage can become a constraint on growth, and we have been hearing complaints from various sectors. The problem is not that we do not have the people to work. There are approximately 739,000 Jamaicans who are outside of the labor force. And we estimate that approximately 150,000 are unattached youth who are not actively seeking employment. The policy objective now must be to get more Jamaicans into the labor force with work-ready attitudes and requisite skills at all levels. The critical and core mission of the Heart Trust NSTA now is to increase the supply of trained labor to industry. Madam Speaker, with the merger of JFLL and the NYS into Heart, the consolidated entity, Heart Trust NSTA, is perfectly positioned to meet the need of persons who are in the job market or preparing themselves for the job market, in addition to attracting and recruiting those persons who are not currently in the labor market. A new executive director has been appointed for the Heart Trust NSTA, Dr. Tanisha Ingleton, who is here, and she has been charged by the board to increase recruitment and industry alignment of the training agency. Madam Speaker, in the current fiscal year, 133,577 trainees are enrolled in courses, and 50,632 have been certified, an increase of over 48% from the previous year. A cohort tracer study of graduates conducted during 2022-2023 financial year showed that 91% of graduates were working full-time jobs, and 83% indicated that they utilized the technical skills learned with their current employers. The Trust has enrolled 13,324 adult literacy learners, and certified 2,892 through the high school diplomacy equivalent. Madam Speaker, the Heart Trust is working. In furtherance of the policy directive to increase the size of the trained labor force, effective April 1, 2023, the Heart NSTA Trust will remove all tuition and administrative fees from its programs effective April 1, 2023, the Heart NSTA Trust will remove all tuition and administrative fees from its programs up to level 4, which is an associate degree. This will allow for access to vocational training for all Jamaicans, regardless of economic status. This will be a game changer. This will be a game changer for poor, underserved youth who see fees as an obstacle for their participation in formal training. Madam Speaker, the Heart Trust has been directed to modernize its offerings in response to the worldwide trend of automation, smart manufacturing, artificial intelligence, and high-value services. The Trust is developing centers of excellence and STEM labs at several of its institutions. The Hart College of Innovation and Technology will focus on information security, mobile application development, and mobile robotics. The Chocolate Hole campus will offer vocational training such as optoelectronics. Now, you know, optoelectronics is the study of light-emitting devices. Mechatronics, robotics, program logic control, geomatics and geospatial services, industrial electronics, and renewable energy. The National Tools and Engineering Institute has established a STEM lab which will focus on training in renewable energy, with additional labs to come which will offer training in instrumentation, electrohydraulic, pneumatics, electromotor controls, and CNC programming. Some of those things, Madam Speaker, the technical people will know. The CNC machine does automated carving on wood and that kind of thing, cutting. The Hart College of Construction will host a center of excellence focusing on welding and industrial automation. The Ebony Park Hart Academy will host a center of excellence which will focus on soil testing and tissue culture. So, Madam Speaker, Hart is transforming itself to meet the needs of new industry. Madam Speaker, the Hart Trust continues to forge strategic partnerships with stakeholders to provide competent and certified workers to meet the needs of industry. I want to give a few examples of this partnership. The Amber Group Limited. This partnership was established to promote software innovation in Jamaica through the training of coders and software developers through the Amber Hart Coding Institute. Madam Speaker, 500 youth will be trained under the agreement. 2 cohorts have already been trained. They have all graduated and they are all working. Madam Speaker, here is one that I particularly like. This is the China Harbour Engineering Company Limited partnership with Hart. China Harbour is the largest construction company operating in Jamaica and is probably the largest employer of skilled and unskilled local and foreign workers in construction. On the signing of the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project, the government made it a condition that there must be technology and skills transfer to locals. Therefore, all untrained workers must go through a process of training and certification. The partnership was forged to facilitate the training and certification of up to 1,000 workers in various skill areas to meet the needs of the construction sector, including general construction, electrical installation, welding, and carpentry. Recruitment has commenced, with youth being engaged from communities in St. James, including Irwin, Tucker, Norwood, Cornwall Courts, Rose Heights, Farm Heights, and Green Pond. As mentioned before, HART will also partner with the JDF to boost recruitment through the JNSC program by 2,000 trainees. The Trust will also continue its collaboration with the Ministry of Education's Hope Legs program, that is to learn, earn, give back, and save, to provide a special, and I want to make a little flurry around this, Madam Speaker. The partnership with the Ministry of Education through the Hope program and the Legs program will provide a special internship for 500 promising 5th and 6th form graduates who have not yet matriculated to further studies to secure placement in government entities or with private sector partners for a period of 1 year. During the internship, participants will be supported with a stipend of $70,000 monthly and assisted They will be assisted with the establishment of bank accounts and passports and other civil documents. There will also be a saving component where each candidate will receive a lump sum of $120,000 after completion. They will participate in core employability skills and personal development training, but their functional development will come through on-the-job exposure and mentorship. Madam Speaker, an area of concern often raised by me or raised with me by members of Parliament is the community-based training program. I know members on that side have reached out to me, members on this side have reached out to me. So some MPs have found the program quite useful in bringing training engagement to rural areas and underserved communities. The program has been under review and is being evaluated against the type of skills required by the market and the facilities and resources needed to effectively deliver such skills in a community-based modality. So, Madam Speaker, it's not that HART doesn't want to do community intervention training, but in trying to catch up to the skill sets that are needed, you know, to train someone in mechatronics or in, you know, machine control, the level of equipment that an investment that you would have to make, you wouldn't be able to put that in a local community situation. But there are skills which can be trained and delivered in a community setting. So what I've said to HART is that the members of Parliament should make their application and they are reviewed on a case-by-case basis. So come up with a good program where the program that you want is aligned to industry. Because right now what you don't want to do is to use scarce resources to train skills that are not aligned to industry or train persons in areas where there is already an oversupply of those skills. So craft your programs and apply. Dr. Ingleton has been so directed. I know that some of you have programs there. They will review them. And I personally have to come back to the House, Madam Speaker, to give a further update on HART. There are many other things happening. So I will be able at that time to give a report as to how many programs have been approved. Madam Speaker, ensuring A steady flow of trained workers aligned with industry demand is critical to sustain the growth of the economy. I'm confident that the special programs outlined, along with the traditional programs and the removal of all access charges and fees, will significantly increase the number of persons seeking training to join the workforce. It will also reduce the structural mismatch between skills requirement of the market and the level of skills available in the workforce. Madam Speaker, we are the Labour government. We believe work is the way to your independence and prosperity. The Most Honourable Edward Philip George Siaga established heart to give every Jamaican the opportunity to work and earn through an acquired skill. We believe if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. But if you give a man a skill, you feed him for life. Madam Speaker, I will now turn to the matter of the development of the nation's infrastructure. As we all know, strong and well-maintained infrastructure is the foundation of any thriving society. Providing support for economic activity and connecting our communities to services can only be done by creating well-planned, well-built, well-maintained infrastructure. Infrastructure is important to quality of life. Madam Speaker, the key infrastructure agencies were put together under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation to create synergies, to create alignment, and to focus planning. As I seek to update this Honourable House on how we are turning visions into reality in our development of infrastructure, I will first spend a few moments on a quiet powerhouse, the National Spatial Data Management Branch of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. I bet most people didn't even know that we have such an agency, the National Spatial Data Management Branch. And I'm highlighting it for a reason. The National Spatial Data Management Branch's mission is to manage the capability to digitally capture, store, process, and coordinate Jamaica's geographic data to support decision-making for national development. Essentially, the guiding concept of geographic information systems is to capture everything that happens and tie it to a precise location. A GIS system captures what happened. It could be an accident, construction of a school, a robbery, or a bushfire. So with this system, you want to record everything that happens. Then you capture when it happened. So whatever happens, you record a date when it happens. So that's a coordinate in time. Madam Speaker, then it establishes where what happened. So you want to capture what happened, when it happened, and where it happened. That's the essence of GIS. But why do we need GIS? Having recorded when, what, and where, we can then probe that information to answer why it happened, who it happened to, and how it happened. And once you have that data and you can probe it, then you can start to plan effectively. And so, Madam Speaker, the point I want to make by highlighting this industry is that there is always a lot of talk about Jamaica's development, right? But, Madam Speaker, our development is becoming more evidence-based. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we relied heavily on the GIS data capture of the Ministry of Health, which is supported by this entity, to make decisions about quarantining communities based on the specific concentration of the number of cases and the location of specific features. Madam Speaker, I recall when we had to make the first decision, Minister Tufton, you might remember, when we had to make the first decision about a quarantine. And then the first thing we had to figure out is, what are the boundaries? Where is the cluster concentration? And how did we make the decision? We went to the GIS. The data was captured. We have used it to define areas for the zones of special operations. So, Madam Speaker, you know, when we define the boundary, we are looking at a heat map of murders in an area over a particular period of time. And so we can use that GIS data to identify the exact boundaries that we need to work through. So, Madam Speaker, we are using data to drive resource allocation and decision making. For example, we are using that data to drive our response to drought, which is why we have taken the decision that normally I would say, as minister, every constituency gets $1 million. Now we are able to say, here are the constituencies that really need it. And the allocation goes there. So, Madam Speaker, we highlight this little known capacity of the government to address the concern that development is taking place in a haphazard manner. Now, I am the first to concede that Jamaica's spatial development has been historically unplanned and poorly planned. As you drive around and you see the spatial layout of the country, you ask yourself, why was the road aligned so close to the coast? Or why is the road alongside a river? No, there are historical reasons for that. That's where the ships used to come in, they used to offload, and you know, the river already created a path, you work that path, usually a donkey trail, till it emerges into a path, and then it emerges into a road. So, Madam Speaker, you know, not a lot of planning would have gone into it, but it doesn't mean that what we have inherited, that we should keep it. It doesn't have to stay that way. We can change it. And we can use the technology we have, the data we have, to properly, spatially plan our country. You know, Madam Speaker, we ask ourselves, why would we allow the main street of a town to also be the main highway? Why didn't we build a road around the town? Why did we build highways, such as the North Coast Highway Corridor, and then allow numerous points of entry and exit onto the highway? An investment that should have been a highway has now become a congested local street. And that's the case in St. Anne. We built this lovely road, but you know, it's a local street. Everybody is in and out, slows down the traffic. That wasn't the intention of the road. So these are things that we have to consider, and we have to employ greater evidence-based, greater data in planning our country. So, Madam Speaker, this administration is taking planning seriously, and we are using cutting-edge technology and data-driven processes to make decisions about the spatial development of our country. On the issue of land titling, the government has already undertaken a comprehensive review of our laws in relation to land ownership, and has made amendments to the Registration of Titles, Cadastral Mapping and Tenure Clarification Special Provisions Act in 2020-21, which has enabled the processing of matters under systematic land registration via an adjudication process. Now, when the Leader of the Opposition spoke, after he spoke, I, across the aisle, asked him, so what are some of the proposals that you would have? And I asked deliberately, no, because I'm interested in here, because land titling is something that I believe there should be bipartisan consensus on. How do we get these things done? It doesn't have to wait until, you know, God forbid, but, you know, we can do it, you know. I mean, so, you know, if there's if there is a good idea, I want to know about it so that we can get it done. So, but it may have missed the leader of the opposition that we have actually made some very useful amendments. Madam Speaker, when we were in opposition, Madam Speaker, we also talked about land titling. And that was a big part of our platform. And Madam Speaker, when the opposition was then the government, in the 4 years between 2012 and 2016, they issued in total 3,805 titles. In total. Between 2012 and 2016, they issued in total 3,805 titles. 4 years, 3,805 titles. With the comprehensive reform that we have done, last year we issued 4,225 titles under our systematic registration program, and an additional 1,723 titles under programs of the NLA. This is a total of 5,948 titles issued last year, in 1 year. So, Madam Speaker, I want the people of Jamaica to appreciate that, I, for one, don't believe that the brain is in one head. It's the capacity, the human capacity is shared. And if there are ideas that can make these processes work faster, leader of the opposition, I'm willing to hear them. Let's work together in increasing titling, something that's beneficial for the people. Madam Speaker, up to February of this financial year, we have already issued a total, this is up to February of this financial year, we have already issued 4,331 titles, which means, for the financial year, which means approximately 10,000 Jamaicans over the last 2 years who before now had no titles for their land have received their titles. Madam Speaker, they now have a greater sense of ownership and prosperity from the seed that we have planted, which is the reform of titling in Jamaica. There are some other, the leader of the opposition, because there are some other things that need to be done. For example, how land is surveyed in Jamaica and the technology that is employed in surveying. And there really ought to be some bipartisan consensus on how this should be done. And I'm willing to share what our thoughts are. I'll send you a note on them. It's something that we could get done very quickly, and that would rapidly increase the process. Madam Speaker, I just want it to be clear that we are not the government of Chaka Chaka. We don't like, we don't want Chaka Chaka development. We want our place to look modern, streamlined, clean, resilient, transparent, aesthetically pleasing, robust and durable. But we also want our development to be equitable. So we are making reforms to ground ownership of property. Once people have ownership of property, they usually take better care of it. And we are making reforms to manage how people get access to ownership and how we develop our infrastructure. Madam Speaker, water. The discussion related to water cannot commence without an assessment of the drought. Jamaica experienced reduced rainfall from as early as October last year. The reduction has worsened since, and we have had in November 2022, 62% of our 30-year average rainfall. In December 2022, it declined to 47%, and in January 2023, it declined to 32% of our 30-year average rainfall. Madam Speaker, this is a serious problem. Indications from February data are that the trend continues. Madam Speaker, thank God for the showers of rains early today. So, Madam Speaker, against this backdrop, the Drought Management Committee proactively convened in December and briefed Cabinet in January of the worsening situation. Initial conservation steps were taken at the NWC and the NIC, and they started trucking water, and the municipal authorities also trucked water. The conditions have since persisted, and Madam Speaker, the government has made an initial allocation of $150 million, of which $30 million will go to the Ministry of Local Government to assist municipal authorities. $20 million will be for the purchase of household water tanks, and the remaining $100 million to enable MPs to respond to requests for trucking of water. Though the impact is being experienced nationally, the parishes of Clarendon, St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary, and Westmoreland have been the most affected. I'm pleased to report that the process has started, and the primary areas of focus are the worst affected communities in rural constituencies, which have been allocated an initial $1 million as an emergency response. And as I've said before, Madam Speaker, we are using the GIS data to classify the communities and direct the funding. Madam Speaker, the drought is having a devastating impact on our farmers, and the National Irrigation Commission is coordinating that response. Throughout the fiscal year, the NIC has invested approximately $90 million on drought mitigation efforts and has allocated a further $110 million to mobilize emergency support for farmers. This represents an initial emergency response of the government coming to the end of the financial year. If the situation for a stronger response arises, which it looks like it will, we will deal with it in the new financial year. Madam Speaker, the Cabinet will also review the reports of the Drought Management Committee and will soon determine if conservation orders should be issued. And conservation orders, Madam Speaker, under the law, the government can declare certain areas for conservation of water, which would mean you can't wash cars, water lawns, and so forth. We are watching the situation to see if we need to utilize those powers. Until then, Madam Speaker, I'm repeating my pleadings with the citizens to conserve their use of the precious commodity. Fix leaks, report leaks, reduce washing of cars and watering of lawns, and do not leave faucets running. Madam Speaker, we are developing a better understanding of drought cycles in Jamaica and how to respond to them effectively. It should be noted that there have been droughts, Madam Speaker, before this, and the response has not been as effective as this. And Madam Speaker, we have been in drought for almost 3 months now. But Madam Speaker, you will notice that the KMR has not been so affected. So I just want to use this as an example for, the pall of gloom and doom that some persons may be caught in about the current situation, to point out to them that all is not bad, that, your government has made some strategic decisions and investments that are making your life much better, and you probably don't even recognize it. We are in drought now for more than 2 months. But, right across the corporate area, we have not been affected that badly. And there's a reason why that is the case, and that is because the government made a massive $6 billion investment in putting in a new pipeline, bringing water in from the Rio Cobre. And we didn't just lay the pipe and leave. We connected the pipe. So our resilience, in other words, our ability to respond to a crisis has improved. So Jamaica is in a better situation today than it was 3 years ago. So, Madam Speaker, I am happy to report that in the upcoming financial year, the government will make available 10,000 polyethylene water tanks. To needs-assessed households across Jamaica, starting with a focus on the areas most affected by the drought. Households on path, households recommended by MPs and assessed by the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation will qualify for the tanks according to the rules of the program. All the tanks issued will be placed on our national GIS database. This will give us valuable information about household storage capacity and how to plan for the delivery of water to those tanks. Madam Speaker, a parallel project is to assist households to convert these tanks, where possible, into rainwater harvesting systems connected to their roof. The Hart NST Trust will be tasked with developing a national service corps of trainee plumbers and future water engineers to install these tanks and convert them into rainwater harvesting systems. This will be a 5-year program with the objective that every water vulnerable household must have storage and rainwater capabilities to withstand drought and water service disruption. So, Madam Speaker, we're going to procure these 10,000 tanks starting the next financial year. If you are on path, you can apply for it. MPs are going to be asked to make recommendations. We will send out a team to assess that people really need it, or there is a facility to actually connect the tank. And Madam Speaker, we will do this for the next 5 years, so that we will get 50,000 tanks to households across Jamaica. And we will ask, as we have asked Hart Trust to develop a cadre of trainee plumbers and to train them in developing the skill of converting the rooftops into catchment areas flowing into these tanks. So with the accelerating adverse effects of climate change, droughts are likely to recur with increasing frequency and severity. Early in the new fiscal year, we will table a ministry paper with guidelines for rainwater harvesting, which will support town planning efforts. As we mainstream and eventually move to make mandatory the practice of rainwater harvesting in driving water resilience. I'm also pleased to advise the country that the Water Resource Authority has completed Jamaica's Water Resource Master Plan, and I will be tabling it in the coming fiscal year. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about the NWC. During the last financial year, the NWC recorded significant achievements, both at the strategic and operational levels, resulting in a stronger, more robust utility able to better carry out its mandate. NWC's financial performance has shown a worthy turnaround, moving from a net loss of $2.13 billion in 2021-2022 financial year to a net profit to date of $2.73 billion as of January 2022-2023. Madam Speaker, this performance means that the NWC is now much less of a fiscal risk to the government. And again, Madam Speaker, I want to place that in context. Because, Madam Speaker, I've been in this House now for 26 years. And, I recall several budgets that have been tabled. And one of the contentious items, well, it's not really contentious because we all had to agree with it, but we had to raise the question about the efficiency and management of the NWC, was that the government had to several times take over the debt of the NWC. Madam Speaker, we don't have to do that. The NWC is, thanks to its board and its management executive, the NWC is operating with a higher level of efficiency. Madam Speaker, over the last fiscal year, there has been a marked increase in the system coverage, reliability, and level of service, with several projects being completed and commissioned into service in 2022-2023, funded from the NWC's resources. Because just to be clear, Madam Speaker, when the NWC makes a profit, this is not a profit that is going to be distributed to private people. The profit is yours. It is you, the people, who will benefit from the increase in investment in your water supply. So when the NWC says, look, we're going to do Barron Hill to Samuel Prospect pipeline replacement works in Trelawney, how is that funded? It's funded from the NWC's budget. When they say we're going to do a new distribution network to serve persons in the new building area of Nain as part of the Essex Valley to Junction water supply system in St. Elizabeth, that's coming out of the profit and resources of the NWC. Efficiency of public sector entities pays a dividend to the citizen stakeholder. The NWC will replace aged pipelines to the Greater Black River area, including between Luana through Middle Quarters to New Holland, as well as from Sandy Ground into the town of Black River. I was there recently to open some of these investments. The NWC will do the extension of pipelines to supply the community of Mile Gully in Christiana, a new full supply scheme, including development of a new source, pipelines, and storage tank in the Mesa River, Bullhead Mountain, Douglas Castle communities, which straddles the border of Clarendon and St. Anne. That will be done. The extension of the Negril water supply system to serve Nonpareil, Mount Airy, Retirement, Orange Hill, and Negril Spots, Westmoreland. This will be done, or probably has already started. It's done. You're right, Madam Speaker. These are already done. So they have done several storage tanks to improve reliability and reduce energy consumption at Fraser's Hill in St. Thomas, Liberty in St. Anne, Westgate in Montego Bay, Yorktown in Clarendon. So they have done quite a bit from their resources. Madam Speaker, these projects have increased the capacity of the NWC to deliver water by upwards of 5 million gallons per day and will positively impact a population of approximately 200,000 persons. These projects are in addition to the previously mentioned $6 billion capacity upgrade in Kingston and St. Andrew with the installation of new major transmission lines along Mandela Highway, 6 miles, Spanish Town Road, Beeson Street, South Camp Road, and connecting along the Palisados into Port Royal. The people of Port Royal will be happy Madam Speaker. They have had a water problem for a very long time. It is going to be corrected now, finally. In addition to the replacement of secondary transmission and distribution lines along Walton Park Road within Whitfield Town, and those were completed. Another major pipeline replacement will include the ferry to Rock Pond Forest Hills via Plantation Heights. Madam Speaker, projects to improve the quality and reliability of potable water supply have been implemented across the length and breadth of Jamaica. I'm putting up a graph now, Madam Speaker. I don't know if persons watching will be able to see it, but the graphic that should shortly be displayed on the screen represents the geographic location of projects completed by the NWC in this fiscal year, which represents in excess of $4 billion of capital investment. Madam Speaker, what this is showing is, as you can see there, Madam Speaker, it's up now. What it is showing is the extensiveness, the spread of the projects. So the yellow pins are projects which we have commissioned, meaning that we had a ceremony and we did some publicity around it. But the green projects were completed and we didn't do too much PR around them. And you can see there are many. And we need to make the public aware of the work that the NWC is doing. I mean, Madam Speaker, we're looking at 40 years of underinvestment or disinvestment. And it's not going to change overnight. So we have corrected the problem that caused the underinvestment. That problem was fiscal space and poor management of public resources. We went through a really difficult time. We went to the brink of bankruptcy as a country. We had a political consensus around fiscal discipline, and then we corrected that issue. And now, Madam Speaker, we're at the point where we are creating more fiscal space, which is why we're trying to pay down the debt quickly, so that we have more money to spend on these issues that matter to the quality of life of the people. Which is why I'm just taken aback by the leader of the opposition's comment regarding bringing down the debt. I mean, we want to bring down the debt so that we can have more fiscal space to correct the 40 years of disinvestment. So the communities that don't have water now, who are frustrated, and I understand the frustration, and are upset with government, I would say that, yes, you have a right to be upset. Your government, meaning governments of Jamaica, from 1962 until now, should not have allowed an economic situation to become entrenched so that we weren't able to meet the level of investment to bring water to your community. We have corrected that problem and we are making investments rapidly now. But here's the problem. Persons are impatient of it. And they don't trust that the government is going to do it. That's a real issue. I mean, and I can understand you wake up and you don't have water every day. You don't business about fiscal rule and all, and PBIA and public investment. You want the water. And so there is always an opportunity for political mischief in that. There is always an opportunity for those who are on the outside to say, oh, no. See, it's an uncaring government. They don't give you any water. Not putting into context that they had a long stretch and are also responsible for the lack of investment in water. We are correcting that. And so I urge the people of Jamaica, I understand. We are working very hard to manage the resources carefully so that I can come to Parliament and make all of these investments. As I said, I've been here, for a little while, and I cannot recall presentations on water, and this is not the first time I've done this, that it's going through investment by investment by investment in water. Madam Speaker, several other island-wide water supply upgrading and expansion projects are planned for 2023-2024. 21 projects with projected expenditure of about $2.5 billion will see NWC service being extended to new communities, including Essex Hall in St. Andrew, Black River to Treasure Beach Water Supply Improvement, St. Elizabeth, Hounslow Water Supply, St. Elizabeth, Dornock Water Supply, Trelawney, Jericho Well No. 1 to Ewaton Transmission Main, St. Catherine, Juno Crescent Well, Electromechanical and Pipeline Works, Clarendon, Jordan Well No. 1 to Agualta Vale to Highgate, St. Mary, Magotty to Newton Water Supply, St. Elizabeth, Minard's Well to Brownstown Pipeline, St. Anne, Morant Bay to Springwell Station, St. Thomas, Mount Royal Booster Station, St. Catherine, Rock River Water Supply and Dam, Clarendon, Rosemount to Discovery Bay Water Supply, St. Anne. In Savannah, the water supply upgrades for Westmoreland will be done. Santa Cruz Bypass Pipeline in St. Elizabeth, Wakefield to Bunkers Hill Water Supply, Trelawney, and Western Spanish Town to St. John's Road in St. Catherine. Some of these might be close to being finished. These projects will include new pipelines, installation of storage tanks, and replacement of aged pumps. Madam Speaker, as a policy of this administration, every new major roadway construction or upgrade must have provisions for water mains, sewage, and telecommunication. This means that planning is joined up between NWA and NWC to ensure utility-grade water supply is available for existing and potential developments. The South Coast Highway Improvement Project is a perfect example. The people of St. Thomas will have some of the best roads in Jamaica and will also have access to reliable, utility-grade water supply. Plans are being finalized for works along East Kings House Road, Lady Musgrave Road, Arthur Wint Drive, and Tom Redcombe Avenue in Kingston and St. Andrew, and Grange Lane and Brayton Road in St. Catherine for major water infrastructure upgrade in terms of coordination with the NWA. Madam Speaker, we have been turning on the pipes in long-suffering communities along the length and breadth of Jamaica. There is no more fulfilling feeling than seeing the faces of citizens when these projects are Madam Speaker, we have been turning on the pipelines, I've said, in communities all across Jamaica, and there is no more fulfilling feeling than seeing the faces of citizens when these projects are complete. I have directed the NWC to pursue 45 small projects to install new systems or incorporate existing small local systems to extend coverage to communities which are presently inadequately served. It is expected that the associated expenditure of $200 million will have an impact on the lives and well-being of close to 40,000 persons. Madam Speaker, The government is investing in improved delivery of potable water, but there is acknowledgement that we must also invest in our interaction with the public. Several strategic initiatives are being pursued by the NWC, which will have a meaningful impact on the efficiency of its operations as well as customer service satisfaction. The NWC has ramped up its program to install 450,000 smart meters for customers across Jamaica. For far too long, there has been a trust deficit between the NWC and its customers, and these electronic meters will provide a more accurate registering of the actual household consumption. In addition, the NWC is pursuing technology which will allow for the remote reading of meters as well as the automation of alerts to consumers and customers whenever substantial consumption variances occur. Already, 190,000 of these meters have been installed island-wide, and the remaining 260,000 will be in place within 3 years, thereby covering all of NWC's customer base. Madam Speaker, the NWC has moved to consolidate its customer communication activities by first establishing its own in-house contact center and linking this to its control center. It is projected that in 2 years, the NWC will have concluded the build-out of its supervisory control and data acquisition system, which will allow two-way communication between the control center and the facilities in the field. Madam Speaker, the NWC has developed and is presently carrying out final testing of its mobile app, which will provide account status, bill payment, connection and reconnection application, reports and notifications. Madam Speaker, I want to spend a little time talking about the results of the non-revenue water reduction and control programs recently completed in the KSA, that is the Kingston and St. Andrew area. The level of physical leaks and consumer waste of water have reduced from 26.4 to 15.4 million gallons daily, a 42% reduction from 2015 until now. Madam Speaker, in Portmore, the project is now in its second year and has already achieved savings of 1.6 million gallons of water daily, as well as a 30% reduction in energy conservation. So, Madam Speaker, in all, we are saving 7 million gallons of water daily just from correcting and detecting leaks. We must translate the success we have had in the KSA and Portmore to the rest of the island. I'm pleased that the World Bank has sponsored, through its Foundation for Competitiveness and Growth, a consultant to prepare the design of the proposed non-revenue water performance-based contract for an island-wide development of the non-revenue water project. The project is estimated to cost $303 million over 15 years. Madam Speaker, energy use at the NWC. The NWC is the largest single user of electricity in the island, with its 24-hour pumping and purification systems. During the global energy shocks of 2022, the NWC saw months with energy bills surpassing 1 billion Jamaican dollars. For this reason, I was happy to launch a public-private partnership project which will build a floating photovoltaic system at the Mona Reservoir. This project will result in an investment of over US $68 million. It will generate 45 megawatts of firm capacity, and it will save the NWC over $1 billion annually. The project has completed, and you're seeing pictures of it now, the project has completed its testing phase and will start full build-out in May 2023. Madam Speaker, in the coming fiscal year, the NWC will spend in excess of $900 million to ensure more efficient pumping operations while deploying more renewable energy within its operations. So the NWC, Madam Speaker, will be changing out some of its old pumps and putting in more efficient pumps to reduce their operating costs. So, Madam Speaker, when we say that the NWC is making a profit, immediately in the minds of the consumer, there is a thought that the NWC is charging more. That's not necessarily the case. What is happening is that the NWC is managing down its expenses relative to the revenues that it would normally collect. So, Madam Speaker, I want to assure the nation that this government is managing public bodies like the NWC to ensure that they don't become what the Minister of Finance calls a fiscal risk. And people may not understand what that is. We are managing that so that there is no risk of you, the taxpayer, having to pay more tax to be able to pay for the poor management of those things. Madam Speaker, politically we don't get any credit for that. Politically, the man on the street overlooks that, and it doesn't factor in the voting algorithm and equation that they apply in making their decisions. But that is largely because, Madam Speaker, we haven't taken the time to explain what good government and good governance is. For some, they would want the people to think that good government and good governance is what you give away. But we need the average Jamaican to understand that good governance is how we ensure that your public resources, your public assets, your public institutions are properly run so that they don't become a burden on you. Madam Speaker, that is not a dialogue, that's not a discourse that is on our radio stations. We're being drawn into all kinds of what I call nonsense. We're being flooded and being fed with information that just really amounts to gossip, which doesn't edify, doesn't help us to build the Jamaica and the country that we want. But, Madam Speaker, this government is not in any way deterred or distracted by that. This government has remained focused because, Madam Speaker, that is why we have no fear when we have to come to the Parliament to give an account of what we have done. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about wastewater. The expansion and development of Jamaica's towns and cities requires investments in public sewage networks and wastewater management. The predominance and concentration of household sewage systems definitely poses a threat to underground water. And when we now have to be managing and conserving water, we will have to make investments in wastewater management. The NWC is now pursuing strategic investments in new and expanded sanitary sewage systems to facilitate the development of populated areas such as Falmouth, Negril, downtown Kingston, St. Andrew, and southeast St. Catherine, Portmore. A comprehensive policy is being formulated to guide the master planning, funding, and implementation of the public sewer utility. The build-out over time will incorporate private developers in sharing the cost of the public sewer network. A comprehensive series of projects to sewer sections of St. Andrew is already underway to both replace aged systems and increase coverage. A case in point is the Mona housing development, which was built in 1958, 65 years ago. Then sewage was not a consideration. The old absorption pits and septic systems have reached the end of their useful lives. They've reached the end of useful life long ago. And many of these are collapsing. So, Madam Speaker, the NWC is now building out a sewer network for Mona and surrounding communities. Other communities are also being sewered, and sewer mains have been laid in parts of Olympic Gardens and Bay Farm Road and Kew Road and several other areas. So the NWC is, as it is building out its potable water utility network, we are also building out the wastewater network. In addition to laying new sewer mains, Over the next 3 years, the NWC will be upgrading 15 wastewater treatment plants to ensure safe public health conditions and eliminate any negative impact on the environment. These plants are located in St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary, St. Catherine, and Clarendon. Ultimately, many of these standalone sewage systems have to be rationalized and connected where possible. This underpins the urgent need to double the capacity and upgrade of Soapberry. Madam Speaker, Soapberry was constructed under the then government, which is now the opposition. And since then, Madam Speaker, the capacity of Soapberry has been totally used up. So more investment is needed to double the capacity of Soapberry. So, Madam Speaker, in order to secure the investment needed to do the upgrade, the Soapberry facility will be divested, and Cabinet recently approved KPMG as the transaction manager to guide the commercial development of the project. We expect that investments to start the expansion will begin in 2024. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the Greater Mandible Water Supply Improvement. The Greater Mandible Water Supply Improvement is a major capital project aimed at effecting substantial improvements in the service levels in communities extending from Pepper in St. Elizabeth to the full limits of the town of Mandeville. The works being implemented include the sourcing of the development of new water sources, new transmission mains, electromechanical pumping equipment, and associated storage tanks. Implementation is scheduled for completion in 2024, and this is going to be done at a capital cost so far to date of $680 million. The total cost, Madam Speaker, is 3 billion Jamaican dollars. Madam Speaker, I mentioned Mandeville especially because Mandeville does not have many dedicated sources for water. And for years, Mandeville has suffered. And so, Madam Speaker, we want to assure the people of Mandeville that we don't forget you, and we are making the investment. Madam Speaker, the long-awaited Content Water Project, which was proposed as far back as 2009 to provide water to the corporate area from the Rio Cobre, has finally been settled commercially under a PPP framework. The water purchase agreement was signed in November 2022 for the establishment of a water treatment plant in Content in St. Catherine to provide 15 million imperial gallons of water per day. Construction is expected to begin in June 2023 and will last for 24 months. This arrangement will fundamentally improve the supply stability to Kingston and St. Andrew and Portmore and support growing housing and commercial developments. Madam Speaker, this government is moving from vision to reality. As you can see, there are just so many projects, so many plans that have been spoken about, talked about, never got done, but this government is doing it. Last year, I advised the country that the government is considering a major integrated water and energy project utilizing the well-established pumped hydro storage and hydroelectricity concept. This would solve both water and energy challenges and make us truly a green country. One element of the project is not new and has been studied several times over with many detailed reports. The Mahogany Vale Dam was first proposed in 1967 in a report as a possible solution for augmenting the potable water supply for the city of Kingston. The project was later abandoned in favor of, well, it was later abandoned in the 1970s in favor of a less capital-intensive but lower-yielding Rio Cobre water supply scheme. In 1983, the Yallas Pipeline project was started as the first phase of the Blue Mountain Water Supply Project, which incorporates the Mahogany Vale Dam. And this, Madam Speaker, would have included the building of the dam, creating tunnels, to bring the water through the mountain and the building of a hydroelectric station. The Yallas pipeline was completed in 1986 and now brings water from Yallas and the Negro Rivers in St. Thomas to the Mona Reservoir to meet the needs of parts of Kingston and St. Andrew. I give that history, Madam Speaker, to show how Jamaica continues to benefit from these investments made decades ago. I mean, well, that was done under JLP government, but the important point is, Madam Speaker, the important point that has to be made about investment. You have to do the investment now. Don't wait. Because look at it now, Madam Speaker. What it would have cost if we had built it then, Madam Speaker, it is a fraction of what it costs to build it now. But look at the benefit, Madam Speaker. The Mona Dam was built, by the colonial government. And to this day, we are still benefiting from the Mona Dam. We depend on it for sections of the corporate area. What we have done to it since is to put the Yallas pipeline in it so that it can continue to serve us. But the truth is, the Mona Reservoir, but the truth is that we still have water problems. So we shouldn't delay and put off the investments. We should get the investments done. Madam Speaker, in 2010, there was an attempt to resurrect the project through JAMPRO to attract investors. It didn't take off. Madam Speaker, as Prime Minister, I find myself taking on so many national building projects that should have been done years ago. But for whatever reason, successive governments just could not find the wherewithal to execute. The need for such a project, that is the Mahogany Vale Dam and hydroelectric station, that is going to bring water from the Blue Mountains through the valley into Kingston. But not just for Kingston. Madam Speaker, based on the developments that we have planned now, doing the road through St. Thomas and into Portland, we need to have water for those areas as well. So the need for the project is beyond question. We must get it done. So, Madam Speaker, further on I will report on the progress that is being made in Portland and St. Thomas. And that will show the need for the project. Madam Speaker, I am declaring that this government intends to pursue the development of the Mahogany Vale project as a national priority. The financial and technical analyses will require development partner assistance, and we have started to pursue various avenues of support, including climate change financing. Shortly, Madam Speaker, I will announce an enterprise team to manage the project. Madam Speaker, this administration, with the support of the United Kingdom, has undertaken the biggest spend in Jamaica's history on irrigation, investing billions in the Essex Valley Irrigation Scheme to serve parts of St. Elizabeth, Manchester, and the Southern Plains Irrigation Scheme, which will serve farmers in parts of Clarendon and St. Catherine. The projects experienced challenges during COVID, but I'm happy to report that the project is now moving apace. Madam Speaker, there is another transformational irrigation project that we have spoken about for decades, but as a country, we just didn't get it done. The plains of St. Elizabeth are among the most fertile in our country. Farmers, despite not having irrigation, have proven to be the best in the world in using very low water supply to grow very productive crops. Through the support of the French government, we undertook a feasibility study to take water from the Black River and use it to irrigate the plains of St. Elizabeth. Not only is the project feasible, but the team of French engineers have already designed the system and costed its implementation. Madam Speaker, I am announcing today that we will be moving ahead with the project and designing the Pedro Plains Irrigation Scheme as a national strategic project. Just so that it is in the records, Madam Speaker, we will be declaring the Pedro Plains Irrigation Scheme a national strategic project. We will bring water to hundreds of farmers and communities, including Flagaman, Greenfield, Southfield, and Top Hill. It is estimated that the project will cost approximately $200 million United States dollars and will be financed through a combination of our own resources, grants, and loan funding from the French government. For decades, farmers have been clamoring for these irrigation systems, and we are getting it done. Everyone wants to hear about roads. Last year, I would have highlighted the stages of key road infrastructure projects. This year, I will report progress on these and expand on the vision for more seamless and connected roads in Jamaica. The National Road Operating and Constructing Company Limited, NROC, is currently executing two major projects. The first is the South Coast Highway Improvement Project, Part A, from Maypen to Williamsfield, constructing approximately 23 kilometers of a 4-lane highway and upgrading of approximately 5 kilometers of the existing Melrose Hill bypass to a 4-lane rural arterially divided highway. This is now 90% complete and will be open in August 2023. Madam Speaker, if you drive like some people, you could get from Kingston to Mandeville in 50 minutes. You can have lunch. But you know, drive safely. Madam Speaker, I just want to be clear on this project. After the construction is finalized, the highway will be the property of the government of Jamaica. It will be a tolled highway, and therefore the government will negotiate a concession for its operation. But the government owns that highway. The second major project, Madam Speaker, is the much anticipated Montego Bay Perimeter Road, where we broke ground on the 16th of July 2022. This US $274 million project includes the Perimeter Road, Long Hill Bypass, upgrades of West Green Avenue and Barnett Street, and a drainage study of the city of Montego Bay. The design-build contract speaks to a one-year design period with a scheduled start of July 2023. Many of the activities done so far include pre-construction work, which is surveying, soil testing, designs, and the provisions to create a batching plant and the acquisition of lands. And they have started the bridge. So, Madam Speaker, citizens will see full construction ramping up in the first quarter of 2023-2024. That is in the next fiscal year, the fiscal year coming. Madam Speaker, let me also highlight 3 current projects. Madam Speaker, my administration plans to extend the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project further westward from Williamsfield in Manchester, where the current project ends, to Hodges in St. Elizabeth. The scope of the project includes improvement of the existing road infrastructure as well as bypasses for Mandeville, very important, so a bypass for Mandeville, a bypass for Spurtree, a connection close to Junction, Southfield, heading into Black River. So we are doing it, Madam Speaker. The idea is not to divert traffic away from the town. Because what people don't understand is that if you can move quickly between towns without interruption, you increase commerce, you increase trade, you increase business. So this is now being planned, and Madam Speaker, I will give an update during the year, the next financial year, as to where we are with that. Madam Speaker, 2 toll roads exist in Jamaica, the North-South Highway and the East-West Highway, which includes a Portmore access via the causeway. Presently, users on either toll road are forced to exit onto the Mandela Highway if they intend to access the other toll road. This is inefficient, and we will resolve this with the design and construction of a full-grade separated interchange between the North-South Highway and the East-West Highway in the Caymanas vicinity. And Madam Speaker, pre-construction work will begin in the next financial year. This is just one step in the long-term plan to build out a fully connected road network across Jamaica that allows users to move seamlessly across the island. Madam Speaker, based on recent traffic numbers along the North Coast Highway, several areas have already exceeded 15,000 vehicles per day threshold, which was contemplated in the original traffic studies, resulting in growing congestion. Sea Castles to Greenwood has the largest capacity deficit, and improving this corridor to a 4-lane corridor would allow an increase in the daily capacity to approximately 39,800 vehicles. Fortunately, this corridor does not have any major geometric constraints to improving the existing alignment. The Discovery Bay to Salem segment, however, has several entry and exit points and encroachments and limited reservations that constrains capacity and the potential for widening the corridor to 4 lanes. Therefore, a bypass option is being considered for this area. And this bypass would, of course, go around Salem to Miami Bay section. And Madam Speaker, that would increase efficiency in the area. Madam Speaker, I want to say quickly on the South Coast Road Improvement Project Part D, the eastern section, which is under the operations of the NWA. Madam Speaker, our work on the South Coast Highway in the eastern section of the island is being undertaken through the NWA, and it is at an advanced stage. This flagship project is much more than just a few roads. We are widening and realigning the existing road to make it safer and more efficient. We are upgrading the drainage, building new bridges, installing new water and sewer lines, installing ducts and fiber optic cables, support our national broadband communication initiative, and building sidewalks, installing streetlights and markings, and putting up signs to keep everyone safe on the road. The eastern end of the project includes a 17.4 kilometer 4-lane highway from Harborview to Yallas Bridge, and this is 87% complete, with practical completion scheduled for April 2023, and the rehabilitation and resurfacing of 123.65 kilometers of existing roads from Yallas Bridge to Port Antonio and Morant Bay to Cedar Valley, broken down into 15 sub-packages. 10 of these packages are currently underway and at various stages of completion and are expected to be completed in December 2023. The final 5 packages are scheduled for commencement in 2023-2024 and are expected to be completed by March 2025. Madam Speaker, the plight of our citizens who have endured significant disruption to their daily lives due to these works is not lost on us. That is why your government continues to examine the progress being made there carefully to ensure that the changes and the works that are being executed, Madam Speaker, don't negatively impact and affect the citizens. Steady progress is being made, and already communities are benefiting from the improvement in the infrastructure. This is the largest public investment in the parish of St. Thomas. And Madam Speaker, I like to say it this way. This is the largest public investment in the parish of St. Thomas since 1865. Madam Speaker, it's the largest public investment since the rebellion. And Madam Speaker, the history of the Morant Bay Rebellion is not adequately told in Jamaica. It's not. We don't understand the impact of that rebellion on establishing modern Jamaica. Madam Speaker, St. Thomas as a parish suffered because of that rebellion. In other words, because the colonial government, they made investments in other parishes, but they just didn't make the necessary investments in St. Thomas. And so St. Thomas was always, at least for the last 100 years, Madam Speaker, a neglected parish. And what we have done is to channel and direct investment in that parish to correct the historical wrong that was done to that parish. Madam Speaker, that investment, Madam Speaker, that investment comes with some dislocation. I don't know how you're going to do investments like those where there were, really no infrastructure really before. We are putting in the infrastructure. Now, I'm not saying that, Madam Speaker, greater care could not be taken. I am not satisfied that the best efforts are being made. And I've certainly always sought to ensure that the contractors who are working on that project respect the citizens and respect their right to a healthy and clean and nuisance-free environment. But, Madam Speaker, there are those who are not aware of the historical context behind the government's investment. And what they see is the inconvenience. What they are likely to pay attention to is the mischief for political purposes and lose sight of the monumental, game-changing, transformational So yes, there may be, you will have some months of disruption, but Madam Speaker, you're going to have a lifetime of development. Madam Speaker, the Chase Fund. And since I'm talking about Morant Bay, well, I'm going to leave this section a little bit. Let me go to this. Madam Speaker, last year we announced a special CapEx program of $13 billion, targeting 6 strategic high-traffic corridors. And Madam Speaker, these projects will begin in earnest in the fiscal year coming. So we are going to dualize Grange Lane, Municipal Boulevard to Madrid Avenue, and that is at the contract stage. Arthur Wint Drive to Tom Redcombe Avenue to Camp Road, that's in the final design stages. East King's House Road and Lady Musgrave Road to Barbican Road to Hope Road to Trafalgar Road, those are in final design stages. We're going to do Brayton Road and Helsha Main Road, now go ahead to East Mid Street, final design stages. We're doing the Sandy Gully Bridge on Washington Boulevard and Pembroke Hall to Kenhill Drive, final designs. And we're doing a new access to the Portmore. So there's a new Portmore access to the Mandela entry into Portmore. We're going to do a bridge over the Rio Cobre. And Madam Speaker, we are in the final design phases for that. So Madam Speaker, those projects, you will see them materialize in the coming financial year. Madam Speaker, the government has allocated this year $6.9 billion to address road and bridge repairs and maintenance and other costs dealing with civil infrastructure. This is clearly not enough to deal with all the roads in Jamaica which are in need of attention. We have made excellent progress on dealing with our highways and our main thoroughfares. However, it is now time to address our secondary roads and local roads. The Minister of Finance announced the Shared Prosperity through Accelerated Improvement to our road network, the SPARK program. Well, you tell me how you get SPARK out of that. But the SPARK network program for roads, where we will allocate 40 billion Jamaican dollars to repairing approximately 2,000 secondary and local roads over the next 3 years. Madam Speaker, this is transformational. By any standard, repairing 2,000 roads is significant and requires dedicated and effective management to undertake the exercise. However, it is in the scale of the project where economies and efficiency will make the planning, procurement, and contracting less onerous and time-consuming, and implementation and materials per kilometer of road less expensive. Yeah. So it's quite counterintuitive, but if you think about it, doing the roads in small batches increases the cost of doing the road. So if we make a huge project out of it, concentrate good management, get better prices at the material level, have a larger procurement process going, you can get more roads done for a lower price and more efficiently. And so, but, you know, Madam Speaker, I am satisfied that we have a good concept, that we have thought it out properly. The challenge is always in the implementation. That is where, and so, Madam Speaker, I know that a lot of supervisory effort from the ministerial level will have to be paid to this project to ensure that it delivers what it promises. So, Madam, so the NWA has already begun scoping the project and setting criteria for prioritization and selection of the roads to be repaired. Madam Speaker, we do not want to waste resources excavating newly paved roads to repair water or utilities. So we'll be using our GIS capabilities, that which I spoke about. The NWC and the NWA will collaborate to determine the roads where water mains would not pose an issue for the overlay of the roads. Where water mains are old or in need of upgrade, then those roads would still be treated under this program. However, they would be placed in a different implementation stream since they would require more complex engineering and materials. Roads where no additional works are required, other than sidewalks and small retaining structures, would be the first to be selected for milling and overlay. This would immediately address many community roads, parochial roads, and secondary roads where the road surface has been scoured or filled with potholes, but the subsurface and drain is generally intact. So just to be clear, Madam Speaker, we're also stratifying the roads. So if a road will need repair to a water main or some other utility there, a sewer, then that road will be placed in a different bucket and treated with differently because that has to be planned out. But if a road only requires overlay, putting in sidewalk, stoplight, road furniture, those kinds of small retaining infrastructure, then those are put in the immediate address bucket. You address those immediately, and you go to contract with those immediately. And that's how we intend to start the project, so that we have no waste in the project. So, Madam Speaker, the program will also focus on resurfacing some white roads. These are roads where the asphalt has lost friction due to the type of aggregate that was used in the road and the polishing effect of traffic over time. Improvement of intersections to include widening, installation of jersey barriers, signage, and signaling would be done where the NWA deems necessary. Only public thoroughfares, meaning roads owned by the NWA and on the NWA register, or a municipal authority, being it's on the municipal authority's register, will be repaired under this program. Housing scheme roads will be considered on a case-by-case basis. See, community roads would be classified as local roads. Madam Speaker, MPs have been lobbying for a program like this for a long time. It is finally being developed, and they will play a key role in engaging and consulting with their constituents in making recommendations on the roads to be repaired and to order the priority in which they are done. Further criteria will be applied to ensure value for money. The recommended roads must justify the expenditure and order of priority based on the volume of traffic they carry, the interconnectivity they facilitate, and the number of residences, business, and public facilities along the road. Madam Speaker, we intend to finalize the policy framework and start the process of selection by June of this year. So MPs, get ready, get your list together. Madam Speaker, roads that are assessed, which will only be in need of overlay and other minor works, will be prepared for immediate procurement. Madam Speaker, let me just say quickly about bridges. This year, the NWA plans to construct 3 new bridges at a cost of $1 billion. The Troy Bridge in Trelawney, Craig Mill Bridge in Portland, and the Spring Village Bridge in St. Catherine. The NWA has already completed the designs and costs of these bridges and is now going through the public investment justification phase before going to procurement. You're going to get the bridge, Madam Speaker, and the member from Northwestern Manchester isn't here. But, Madam Speaker, it is an onerous process. A part of the good governance that pays dividends is that we go through a very rigorous public investment process. And I think that process is very useful, but it needs to be reviewed for provisions for emergencies, which we would consider the Troy Bridge to be. The process to defend it when it is obvious that this is an emergency can be very onerous and costly. But, Madam Speaker, we abide by the rules we set until we can look at it and make the necessary changes. Madam Speaker, I could not speak about roads without emphasizing an efficient and orderly public transportation sector. Because, Madam Speaker, this is critical for the development of any well-run society. And it is also essential for the convenience and quality of life of Jamaican citizens. Our vision is to have a professional transportation sector that is operated with pride, where the investors and operators are the strongest advocates for order and high-quality service from their industry. I know that there are a significant number of transport operators who view public transport as a formal business. However, too many operators see it as a hustle. We want to assist our transport operators to create a real industry out of public transportation. I have heard the voices of our public transportation operators, and I am convinced that there is a critical mass that share this vision to develop a first-world public transportation sector. Madam Speaker, the transport sector is multifaceted and made up of a number of stakeholders, including drivers, owners, investors, and owners who are also drivers. Their concerns are varied and include the rising expenses that they are faced with, the need to access affordable financing to retool, and issues relating to the appropriate places to stop, disembark, and take on passengers. Some have expressed to me that they have no special facility for health insurance or pensions. While the transport sector is largely a private operation, there is a significant public service they provide for this government, for the people. And the government is willing to work with our transport operators in meaningful ways to address their issues and improve their conditions. In the coming week, I will be arranging consultations with the various taxi groups to further explore their concerns. Madam Speaker, to support the public transportation sector, the government will be implementing the following. 1, cutting of renewal fees for route taxis, hackney carriage, rural stage carriage, and contract carriers of public passenger vehicles by 30% for a period of 1 year. Madam Speaker, this could amount to as much as a $5,000 reduction in some fees. This incentive is given to allow operators to regularize themselves and avoid tickets. During this period, the Ministry of Transport and Mining has been directed to establish and update their database of operators. Madam Speaker, it's important that while over 9,000 operators were able to benefit from the CARE program to the tune of approximately $300 million, too many operators were not able to access the program for a variety of reasons, including lack of registration or incomplete registration with the relevant authority at the relevant time. So, Madam Speaker, when we opened up the special care package to assist transport operators with their fuel bills, many of them could not access the benefit simply because they were not properly registered. And some of them may have been properly registered, but the database did not correctly reflect their registration. And so the automated system that gave access to the care package would have bounced those applications. So there are many disgruntled taxi operators who didn't get the opportunity to benefit from the care program. So giving this discount on their renewal fees is an incentive now for them to properly regularize themselves. And then, Madam Speaker, in the future, myself and the Minister of Finance will look at the fiscal space created by paying down the debt and see how much of that we can assist the taximen. The second thing we will do is to improve the quality of service, behavior, and awareness of our drivers. We will be introducing a short course for all public passenger vehicle drivers to be administered by the Island Traffic Authority in collaboration with the Heart Trust NSTA. Drivers will be invited to register for the course, focus on the new Road Traffic Act, defensive and courteous driving techniques, maintenance and sanitation procedures for vehicles, assistance with establishing bank accounts and digital wallets, and the use of digital payment technologies. Madam Speaker, all drivers who register and complete the course will be formally certified, and they will receive a $25,000 grant from the government of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we care about our taxi drivers. Madam Speaker, we want to see the taxi industry grow and develop. But, Madam Speaker, we can't deal with chaka-chaka. We have to have order in the system. Everybody benefits when the system is orderly. Madam Speaker, specifically for motorcycle riders, we will be making 10,000 helmets available free of cost. Madam Speaker, there is a short training course that motorcycle drivers go through when they are getting licensed. The helmets will be available there. But, Madam Speaker, you know, if someone gets a ticket for not wearing the helmet, and when they are prosecuted, and if they decide not to pay and go before the courts, they will get the helmet there as well. Madam Speaker, if they get the ticket and they say, you know, officer, I just couldn't afford it, we'll get the helmet to you. The idea, Madam Speaker, is to save lives. And where is this coming from now? How are we going to pay for this? Madam Speaker, the fines that we have collected, we are going to use it to ensure that we improve the safety of the road users. Last year, the government announced a special loan window for transport operators to refleet or upgrade their vehicles. Madam Speaker, it wasn't taken up. Again, you know, the taxi industry, Madam Speaker, the informal nature of some of the arrangements makes it difficult when they have to interface with formal banking systems. So, Madam Speaker, we're recrafting the loan. We're looking at the parameters for access, but we are adding a new parameter. And what we're saying is, Madam Speaker, we will give preferential terms for persons who would like to change their current vehicle or motorcycle to an electric vehicle or motorcycle. Madam Speaker, our preliminary analysis is showing that electric vehicles could be far more efficient on certain routes than combustion engines. So, Madam Speaker, you know, if you have a route taxi, for example, and you're doing a round-town route, that's perfect for an electric vehicle. First of all, it's no gas. There's really no maintenance. Right? So if you think that this is something that you would want to investigate, then the DBJ will set up this window for you to change out your fleet into electric. Now, Madam Speaker, during the pandemic, Minister Matthew Samuda from the upper house is in the chamber. And during the pandemic, I tasked him with creating this program called ENDS. This was when everybody was in lockdown and, you know, needed food and other supplies. And we made a special provision where motorbikes could help with delivery. So it was creating what we call the delivery economy. So, Madam Speaker, that industry, which we literally created during COVID, is now a major industry. I mean, when you see them, Madam Speaker, you see them all around. I am not telling you that I'm pleased with all of them. Some of the riding that I'm seeing, you know, I really hope that they get tickets because they are endangering themselves, but general public. But there are those businesses who have gone to great extremes to ensure that their riders are properly geared up for safety and that they ride decently. Now, Madam Speaker, we are also willing to extend to those companies that are in the delivery business using motorbikes this facility if they would want to change out their motorbikes to electric motorbikes. Madam Speaker, I well understand the culture of motorbikes. You know, CB, what is the CB 100? Right? That was in our time. Nowadays it's the yang yang. And Madam Speaker, I don't understand the noise part of it. I can understand the bike part of it, but I don't understand why you would want the entire world to know you're coming. I can't understand it, man. You're in church and you hear this terrible noise passing. It's a culture that we need to have a conversation with those young men. That this is, first of all, it is polluting. Noise is a pollution, is a pollutant. It is emitting, polluting chemicals into the air. Madam Speaker, it is a nuisance. But when I heard the news of, I was at CARICOM at the time, in a CARICOM meeting, of 5 young men perishing in a motorcycle accident. It caused the entire society to reflect on this and say, what can we do to encourage these young men to change behavior? We're not going to be able to police every single young man who wants to ride a bike. But if we can reach to his mind for him to start to think differently, then we can get a societal change, which is what we want. Which is why we are providing the helmets, which is why we are providing the incentives to change from these combustion engine bikes into electric bikes. We are not saying that you shouldn't ride bikes. If that's your preference, that's your preference. But you should do it responsibly and safely. So, Madam Speaker, I think these incentives are very useful for the transport sector. And Madam Speaker, this is not about trying to, as one member said, to friend up taxi drivers. Let me give you a little history about myself, Madam Speaker. I owned a taxi business at one point in time. I have many friends in the taxi industry. I know the business very well. And I know, Madam Speaker, that there are many taximen, many, who have sent their children to university, built their homes out of it. They take it seriously. Madam Speaker, you know there are some people who say, I will never take another taximan except this one. Because this is my taximan. He comes to me every morning on time, he picks me up, I can call him. And that's the kind of relationship that people have with their taxi drivers and operators. But, Madam Speaker, there are some that, the only thing you can say is that they're a terror on the road. And what we are saying is, let's use this as an opportunity to kind of reset in the minds of the public how we feel about taxi operators and taxi drivers. Let's start a new era of relationship. Let's bring the taxi industry into the formal sector of the economy. Let's give them support. Let's work with them to ensure that, Madam Speaker, they themselves become the greatest defender of order and discipline in the industry.
Beyond 7:30, so as to facilitate the completion of the Prime Minister. May I please, Madam?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank everyone for their patience. I can tell you that the conditions inside the chamber are not the best. But, Madam Speaker, as I attempted to sing earlier, nothing is going to break our stride. Madam Speaker, the NWA has been directed to collaborate with the Ministry of Transport to assess the adequacy of parking, loading bays, and approved stops in urban areas and townships and along all approved routes. Where these facilities Where these facilities, Madam Speaker, overlap with roads on the Spark program, which I just spoke about, they will be addressed as the roads are improved. So once we're doing a road that falls on the Spark program, we will also make the adjustments for parking, for taxis, for bus stops, for taxis, and make all the other necessary arrangements to support public transportation. The NWA, however, will prepare a specific budget for high use and critical loading areas and parking areas to be funded in the next budget. Madam Speaker, we want to transform public transportation in Jamaica. The above measures, along with the 100 electric buses announced last week, is a significant seed in the transformation. Madam Speaker, I want to quickly deal with housing. We're about to display a table which shows the progress achieved on the government's commitment to build 70,000 houses. With current developments completed, under construction, in negotiations, budgeted, or in planning and design, we have in train 57,212 units of the 70,000. The National Housing Trust continues to align its strategic efforts and its business model towards facilitating the efficient production of low-cost housing solutions to contributors. The Trust has progressively increased its annual expenditure and investment in housing, that is, mortgage financing and housing construction financing. The NHT's housing expenditure increased from $21.59 billion in 2013-2014 to $46.51 billion in 2021-2022, and will further increase that to a projected $48.17 billion by the end of 2022-2023 financial year. The Trust is projected to achieve 1,742 starts and 1,677 completions for the 2022-2023 financial year, and there are 5,198 units currently under construction across 24 projects in the housing portfolio. The NHT, Madam Speaker, is such an important institution. As someone who grew up in a housing scheme house and understands the deterioration and blight that has overtaken many of these schemes due to lack of maintenance and the passage of time, in 2019, I announced the Scheme Upgrade Program. The program started out with 49 schemes and has now expanded to 86 schemes. Of this, 48 have been completed and 10 are in progress. The remainder are in varying stages of planning. A total of $1.8 billion of the $4 billion budgeted for the program has been expended to date. In 2023-2024 financial year, the NHT will provide an additional $2 billion allocation to facilitate the rehabilitation of non-NHT but government-developed housing schemes. So let me draw attention to a few of these schemes which have been developed years ago under the Ministry of Housing and the Sugar Workers Housing Project. So Annette Crescent Apartment Complex in Kingston, that we're going to do parking area, connection to sewage system. Madam Speaker, there is the Shrewsbury Phase 1 in Westmoreland. We're going to do some road rehabilitations there. There is the Hayes Newtown Housing Scheme in Clarendon. There is a Lionel Town development. We have Stockholm in St. Mary, Hague Scheme, and the Duane Park condominium. Madam Speaker, there are also some other schemes which I will have some attention paid to, which are the responsibility of the Ministry of Housing. The Leader of the Opposition wrote to me about one such scheme. And Madam Speaker, we're going to... we're gonna pay some attention to that, using some of the resources from this program. And I hear the minister behind me saying TASPEN, and here I know very well. But we will also pay some attention to that area through this program. The trust, Madam Speaker, is projected to achieve, I think I'd said this before. Madam Speaker, the National Housing Trust has committed Madam Speaker, the National Housing Trust has referenced developments in the housing market to inform adjustments to loan limits and interest rate structures. This is done periodically to improve affordability for all contributors. In 2019, the NHT loan ceiling was increased from 5.5 million to 6.5 million, an 18.2% increase. Interest rates for all mortgages were reduced and the income bands were realigned. In keeping with the policy position that subsidies should be applied where they are most needed, that means they are income contingent, a new interest rate band will be introduced effective the 1st of July 2023 for persons earning over $100,000 per week at a 5% interest rate. So, Madam Speaker, we continue with persons earning minimum wage to $30,000 per week at 0%. For persons earning between $30,000 and $42,000 per week, 2%. And for persons earning above $42,000 per week to $100,000 per week, they will get 4%. Persons over $100,000 per week will now pay 5%. Madam Speaker, you will see why it is necessary to do this in a couple seconds. The distribution of the NHT contributors by income band shows that 66% of the NHT contributors eligible for mortgage financing are in the category of the 0% interest rate. So 66% of contributors are paying 0% interest rate. Madam Speaker, less than 8% of contributors will fall in the new income band. So the higher interest rate will affect a small number of persons. Madam Speaker, the Trust is mindful that housing construction costs, influenced in part by global supply chain issues and energy prices, have increased significantly over the past 5 years. Therefore, a review of the NHT's loan limit has been undertaken with the intent of improving the affordability to contributors. As a result, the loan limits will be increased to bring the maximum benefit in closer alignment with prevailing market conditions. Madam Speaker, effective July 1, 2023, the general loan limit for a single applicant will be increased to $7.5 million. Up from $6.5 million. It's a 15% increase. But I wanted I want the listeners and potential homeowners to pay attention to this part of the increase. However, where a single contributor is buying a housing solution priced at $12 million or less, the contributor may access up to $8.5 million. Towards financing that unit. So, Madam Speaker, what this does is to target the incentive to more affordable priced housing solutions. Madam Speaker, This is to incentivize housing developments in the affordable housing for low-income earners section of the market. This will also create more effective demand for housing solutions at the targeted price point. The NHD will continue to provide 100% financing for NHD scheme units, that is, houses built by the trust, and that, of course, is subject to the availability of funding for the purpose. 2 persons applying jointly will be able to access funding of up to $15 million, and that is up from $13 million. Madam Speaker, in 2022, the NHD reintroduced its policy to allow up to 3 contributors to co-apply for a single NHD housing scheme unit, but that unit would have to be 2 bedrooms or larger to better improve affordability. A key provision of this policy is that proof must be established that the applicants are bona fide family members and have demonstrable kinship ties, for example, your wives or husbands, children, and siblings. In light of the proposed revised loan limits, the 3 co-applicants will be able to access funding of up to $21 million, up from $19 million. Madam Speaker, the limits will also be increased for home improvement loans, house lot loans, 10-plus loans for public sector workers, and 15-plus loans from $2.5 million to $3.5 million. Minimum wage earners contributing to the NHD for a minimum of 7 years will be eligible for an increased home grant of $3.5 million, up from $2.5 million, towards the construction of a starter home or improvement of its existing structures. Madam Speaker, I will give a brief update on the activities of the Housing Agency of Jamaica, which is to undertake 14 Madam Speaker, I said 14,000 housing solutions out of the 70,000 which we committed. The HAJ has achieved approximately 4,000 housing starts to date. Over the next 4 years, the HAJ is projecting approximately 10,000 housing starts and just over 6,000 deliveries. The government has heard the calls from citizens in the rural areas, and I'm happy to announce that approximately 95% of these housing solutions will be constructed in the parishes of St. Catherine, St. Elizabeth, St. James, and Trelawney. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, there are several informal settlements. After a fire which destroyed several board structures, I took the opportunity to rebuild and regularize the area. Regularizing unplanned communities can be quite challenging, and rebuilding them is a complex undertaking. With the help of the NHD, JSAFE, NWC, and the HAJ, we were able to clear a half-acre section of the 3.5-acre community to build 24 housing solutions for the persons who were burnt out and those whose structures we decided to replace. A critical element of the project was sewage connection to facilitate the density of households on the land. Bear in mind, Madam Speaker, you're putting 24 units on half-acre of land because that's the only space available. There's nowhere to move them. The residents don't want to move. That's where their livelihood and their connections are. And so that is, trying to resettle, reorganize, rebuild a community that has been informally established is a very complex task. So, Madam Speaker, decanting the families to start, that is moving them off the site, to start construction was another challenge. However, the residents are resourceful, and the constituency fund was able to support rental for some of the families. Construction work has started, and the units are contracted to be completed in a record 6 months based on the prefabricated building methodology that we have used. Madam Speaker, speed of construction is a critical part of this project. because the dislocation and discomfort to families can be frustrating, and residents could easily lose hope in the process. There are many small informal settlements like St. Paul's Lane, which needs urgent attention. The key is to shorten the construction time so that the relocation of household and the disruption they face in the relocation is minimized. So we are carefully studying this. We are treating it as a pilot project which we will scale. And we can then apply this modality to constituencies such as my neighbor in Western, where you have similar housing arrangements like this, or in Southwest, or in South, or in Northwest, or Gordon Penn, or East Rural, Eastern, East Rural, or you don't have any. Or Barrett. But the point is, Madam Speaker, there are several small communities. Now, this is not a project targeted to large communities. So they are half acre up to an acre. And they are just like what you see here, that area. And what we are proposing to do is we're going to be using a prefabricated system. So we are able to clear the site. Yes, we have to take down the structures. We will properly survey, create the lots, and then essentially, Madam Speaker, the construction methodology taken is that we will just come and literally place the home on site. And we will do that within 6 months or less. And we could therefore see a transformation of many of these communities in short order. So we are really studying it, because the easy part of this, Madam Speaker, is the construction. It took me 2 years to bring the project to this. We had to secure sewage, we have to get planning, and then we had to get the community buy-in, and then we had to secure the funding. So these projects take quite a bit of time to put together. But it is being studied very carefully, so we'll know where the roadblocks are, where the hiccups are, and we will solve those, and then we'll move at scale to not just dealing with it from an MP perspective, but to treat with this specific problem of small informal settlements that don't really take much resources, but just takes innovation and ingenuity to solve. So, Madam Speaker, the government has rapidly increased the pace of new housing solutions to give affordable options to all Jamaicans. Last year, on the Bernard Lodge development, it was discovered that an unapproved and unplanned housing project was being constructed. The persons building the houses were scammed into believing that they had legitimately purchased the land. The situation was quite unfortunate and is a cautionary tale to all persons involved in land transactions. The government could not allow the unapproved construction to stand. Our policy is orderly and equitable development. The SCJ has been directed to find alternative sites for those persons who have come forward to claim the unapproved structures which were taken down. Madam Speaker, one young lady, Miss Chanel Francis, was understandably very distraught at the situation of being scammed and her unfinished structure taken down. Madam Speaker, I went to visit the people, and we had a frank and open discussion about informal settlement of land. I spoke with Chanel and others who were affected and assured them that because we are a government of equity, of fairness, and a government that truly cares about the people, we will ensure that they get access to own land legally and for which they can get a title. Today, Shaniel is the first of those affected in the land scam at Bernard Lodge to be allotted a plot of land and I will be assisting her, Madam Speaker, with getting her legal building going. Madam Speaker, I invited Shaniel to be here with us, and she is in the gallery observing the presentation. So, Madam Speaker, there is Shaniel on her lot, on her legal lot. So, Madam Speaker, those who would try, again, we're going through this process of social transformation. It's a difficult challenge, a really difficult challenge, but we're going through the process. And because, Madam Speaker, we have to take these tough decisions. Nobody wants to take down anybody's house. Nobody wants to do that. But, Madam Speaker, when we want to build an orderly and fair society, you know, Madam Speaker, there really should not be any equivocation about an orderly society. Because one statement from the leader of the opposition stuck with me, and I thought about it last night. I replayed it in my head. The leader of the opposition, the essence of his presentation on this subject is that we will give people land. And if people are on the land, you should just let them stay there, even if they have occupied the land illegally. But then just a few sentences down from that statement, he says, but the people don't have any infrastructure. They don't have any water. The problem, the disconnect in the ideology, in the philosophy, that if you truly cared about the people, you wouldn't say, go and take up the land. The first thing you will say is, let us orderly work out how we're going to divide that land, put in the infrastructure, and then give you access to the land so that you can get a title. But, Madam Speaker, because of the long history of settlement, it's just a long social history, that when a government is trying to do the right thing, we end up paying a political price. But, Madam Speaker, we will not relent from doing the right thing as a government. Madam Speaker, we are not going to leave Jamaica in a chaka-chaka state. Madam Speaker, the Port Authority continues to invest in the historic national asset of Port Royal. Construction work on the Port Royal Museum building is advancing and is slated for completion by the end of May 2023. Following that, the selected operators will build out the museum interior and displays. It is anticipated that the facility will be operational by December 2023. Madam Speaker, the House will recall that in 2022, I had given directions to the PAJ to develop the East Harbour as a cruise port and to develop the land surrounding West and East Portland in terms East and West Harbours, Titchfield Hill, Navy Island, Boundbrook, and the Folly lands utilizing a PPP framework to construct appropriate hotels, resorts, residences, shopping, galleries, and restaurants. Madam Speaker, the concept is to create a low-density, high-value, sustainable tourism product that is in keeping with the unique character of Portland. This long-term development will be the largest and most ambitious of its type in the region and will bring jobs and opportunity to the people of Portland. The procurement process for the award of a consultancy contract to develop the master plan for the entire area is complete. The master plan is the first and probably the most important step in any such development. It will not only define the development and determine the location of infrastructure, it will also establish the logical sense of how the proposed development will interconnect with the surrounding area. It is expected to be ready by September 2023, following which various components which flow from the plan will be mobilized. Madam Speaker, regional demand for aggregates has expanded significantly as a result of the closure of large quarries serving the North American market. The increased demand for limestone to facilitate construction of buildings and infrastructure in fast-growing areas such as Guyana and housing construction in Turks and Caicos and Cayman and other countries is driving the demand for local aggregates. Jamaica has the opportunity to satisfy some of this demand, and various local businesses have been seeking to identify potential locations from which aggregates can be mined and exported to respective countries. Logistics, however, is a critical element of the consideration to ensure success by reducing the cost of transport and mitigating the impact to road infrastructure. I have tasked the Port Authority to explore the feasibility of developing ports in Trelawney and St. Thomas, where there are concentrations of quarries and medium to large operators. Construction of a new public aggregate port is expected to cost in the region of US $20 million and will take over a year. In the meantime, to address the short-term requirements, the PAJ has been exploring the use of ports belonging to the bauxite and alumina firms, Reynolds, Port Kaiser, Port Rhodes, Rocky Point, and Port Esquivel, and the gypsum port. Madam Speaker, the private sector can be assured that the government, through the PAJ, will do whatever it can to support the development of the mining industry. So, Madam Speaker, it is the intention to build a port for aggregates, but in the interim, there are ports that exist. Some of them may not be in use, and what we're going to be doing is to negotiate to get access and to support the development of the shipping of aggregates through those ports, and the PAJ will support the process. So that's very good news for the mining industry. Madam Speaker, members will recall last year our ports experienced significant congestion. It was a clear sign that the Port of Kingston needs more capacity. The port is now in negotiations with the concession holder of the port, Kingston Freeport Terminal Limited, to lease sections of the west lands, that is the lands between the port and the Portmore Causeway, to accommodate an expansion of the storage area to reduce congestion in the terminal. In addition to container storage capacity, there is growing demand for near-port logistics, assembly, and light manufacturing. The Port Authority has developed plans to build out more of these facilities. The only land now available to facilitate the near-port logistics expansion is Tinson Pen. I have directed the Port Authority, the Airports Authority, and the NWA to develop a comprehensive plan to enable the use of the Tinson Pen lands for this purpose. This will involve the transfer of operations of the Tinson Pen Airdrome to the Norman Manley International Airport. Marcus Garvey Drive would be realigned to run behind Tinson Pen lands, releasing approximately 100 acres of land to be seamlessly incorporated into the curtilage of the port. Madam Speaker, these two developments, along with the ongoing work on the Caymanas Special Economic Zone, will set the stage for a doubling of the capacity of the Port of Kingston and fulfill the shared vision of Jamaica becoming a logistics hub. This administration is taking the bold step to turn vision into reality. And let me just say quickly, Madam Speaker, quickly, and I know the member from Western St. Andrew agrees. Madam Speaker, the previous administration spent a lot of time developing the concept of Jamaica as a logistics hub. It really started under our administration of 2007, 2009, with member from Central Clarendon, Mike Henry. And but the term was multimodal. Multimodal. And then, of course, the member from St. Andrew Western with logistics hub. And this administration has taken it. And Madam Speaker, we do have a logistics industry now. You wouldn't classify it as a hub. It's not at that stage as yet. But look at what is happening, Madam Speaker. The port that we gave a concession to has now reached its capacity, and we need to expand it. So, Madam Speaker, the Jamaica of today is far different from the Jamaica of 10 years ago. We have this new industry which we are nursing and supporting, and it will require us to make some very serious decisions about our infrastructure, including moving a section of the Marcus Garvey Drive road. So, Madam Speaker, those plans have to be carefully done, consultations, but we are starting the process because we are supporting the logistics industry, which we need to grow, which is part of our growth strategy, which I believe both administrations are in consensus that this needs to happen. Madam Speaker, let me say some quick words about the UDC. The mandate of the Urban Development Corporation is to ensure the planned and orderly development of Jamaica in a sustainable and holistic manner within the framework of national priorities. The UDC's priority projects over the next 5 years are the Portmore Resilience Park, or the Climate Change Park, the Harmony Park in Montego Bay has transformed the recreational life in the city of Montego Bay. And as we move closer to declaring Portmore a parish, the UDC will create a centralized park in Portmore that will be a hub for recreation, sports, wellness, and will be an entertainment space for the community. The development will be on a 26-acre park. 18 acres will be used for the park, 5 acres reserved for the Ministry of Transport, and 2.75 acres reserved for commercial space. The value of the investment is $3 billion. Construction is expected, and Madam Speaker, construction must begin in August 2023. And is estimated to last 3 years. The park will be named the Resilience Park for its focus on using climate-smart designs and technology to ensure its sustainability. So, Madam Speaker, to build in this area in terms of water, in terms of climate, to keep it green and flourishing, we will be integrating technology, climate-smart technology. But, Madam Speaker, as it comes to these parks, you notice the names that are chosen. Former Prime Minister Pattison chose Emancipation Park, and I like that. It's a strong, powerful name. We chose Harmony Park for St. James, trying to send a message to the people of St. James about harmonious living. And now we are choosing Resilience Park here to send the idea that we need to be conscious about our environment and how we live with our environment. Madam Speaker, the intention is to have a park like this in every parish. So, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance in his address updated Parliament on advancements with the World Bank to develop aspects of the linear park concept I announced in 2021 for the development of 21 acres of the Kingston waterfront from Ocean Boulevard in downtown Kingston to Port Royal in East Kingston. Madam Speaker, the project area will be sectioned to allow for implementation on a phased basis. Segment 1, which is downtown to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building, with an investment valued at $4.5 billion. This is the immediate focus area to anchor the wider development of downtown Kingston, and we have started work, Madam Speaker, with the World Bank, securing consultancy and feasibility services to design this area. Segment 2 would be the Raytown to Harbour View, and we expect that that will have an investment value of about 13 billion Jamaican dollars. And then we will do segment 3, which is Harbour View to Port Royal. Madam Speaker, our plans to develop the Kingston Harbour is well advanced, well underway. You would have noted the revetment project, which was done by JSF, funded through the World Bank. So we'll be expanding this. We will create a first-class public park on the waterfront. We will return life to the Kingston waterfront. The new Houses of Parliament building. Madam Speaker, I apologize to our visitors. The air condition. Yes. Madam Speaker, what can I say about this Parliament? We just go and build it. Let's just build the Parliament. Madam Speaker, the UDC will manage the construction of the new Houses of Parliament building at the National Heroes Park. The bids to commence the construction are currently being evaluated. It is our intention to break ground in the first quarter of the coming financial year and start construction in the second quarter with an estimated completion in June 2025. The new Parliament building will become the fulcrum of development to transform downtown Kingston. Madam Speaker, I will be declaring the Parliament construction a national strategic project to signal the importance and priority nature of the project. The vision of the founding fathers of the nation was that National Heroes Park would become the administrative seat of government, with the Parliament in the center of the park and ministries and civic buildings surrounding. The intention to do this was clear, with the location of the Ministry of Finance, Social Security, and the Ministry of Education then was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Like so many other national vision and plans, we have been distracted, diverted, indecisive, or just incapable of turning vision into reality, not realizing that the longer we wait, the harder it is to get it done. Let us be the generation of Jamaicans who get things done. Madam Speaker, the Factories Corporation of Jamaica was mandated to develop integrated business complexes around the island. I'm happy to report to the nation that during 2022-2023, the FCJ completed the Garmex redevelopment and expansion project with a total of 126,000 square feet of space, and 71% of the space is fully occupied. And applications are currently being processed for the remaining 29%. In addition, construction of the next two phases have started, and this will facilitate the development of another 250,000 square feet of space, making the Garmex Free Zone complex the largest industrial and commercial complex in the English-speaking Caribbean, with approximately 1 million square feet of space. Of special note, the government has mandated that 30% of the space being developed be dedicated to small and medium-sized businesses. Madam Speaker, in 2017, we announced the Morant Bay Urban Center. See how long it takes? Though we were set back by the pandemic, the construction phase of the project got underway in April 2022 with the start of preparatory works. Full construction has now begun, and the spaces dedicated to some of the major anchor clients are already being developed. Among the entities that will take spaces in the town centre are the St. Thomas Municipal Corporation, the Ministry of Justice, the St. Thomas Parish Court, and all other government entities located in Morant Bay, and several private sector companies, including banks and BPOs and quick services business. The old Goodyear factory, which has been idle for decades, is now being transformed into the new hub of economic and social activity for the parish of St. Thomas. The development will employ over 3,000 persons and bring modern services and facilities to the people of St. Thomas. Madam Speaker, I have directed the Chase Fund. I have directed the Chase Fund to start the process of developing a museum to be built in Madam Speaker, I don't want this point to escape the audience. I have directed the Chase Fund to start the process of building a museum in what will now be, after this is constructed, the old town of Morant Bay. That museum is to capture and properly document the history of the Morant Bay Rebellion. And its defining impact on modern Jamaica. We don't know enough about it. But, Madam Speaker, we need to build these monuments so that our children can truly understand the struggle of what our forefathers, our forebears went through. Because that story, that history, is not properly told. Not properly told. So we're not just trying to develop a modern town centre and leave Morant Bay to die. No, the idea is that we will develop Morant Bay, preserve its historical buildings, put in a museum, and start to use it now for tourism, not just tourism for cruise ships, but to get our school children to take trips to go there. So that will start, that process will start early in the next fiscal year, and it is one of the projects that I'm going to pay special attention to, because, Madam Speaker, I have a personal, I have a real passion to make sure that the history of Morant Bay is properly told. So, Madam Speaker, Boundbrook Urban Center in Port Antonio. This follows the model of the Morant Bay Urban Center and is closely related to the plans outlined earlier for the development of Port Antonio. The architectural designs for the project is complete and it is going through the approvals and permitting process. 126,000 square feet of rentable space will be constructed. Already, 54% of the space has been reserved. Madam Speaker, let me quickly mention that we have asked the Factories Corporation to also look at Negril. Negril is one of our premier tourist destinations, and it is in need of a comprehensive plan to realize its potential. Within the upcoming fiscal year, we will present a comprehensive development plan which will include an international airport, a public beach park, a craft village, and with the help of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, a restored Royal Palm Reserve. A fast-growing town, Negril is without any major commercial, industrial, or civic complexes. I have tasked the FCJ with developing an urban center for the town similar to Morant Bay and Boundbrook. The FCJ has identified land strategically located in the town center, and we have started consultations with the relevant stakeholders regarding its use. Madam Speaker, the Integrated Waste Management Enterprise Team is currently holding consultations on the draft business plan, the draft business case for the Integrated Solid Waste Management Public-Private Partnership Project, which will provide a more environmentally friendly and sustainable way of collecting and treating solid waste in Jamaica. The project will involve investments by the private and public sector, where the private party, through a long-term contract, will design, finance, build, operate, and transfer a world-class waste management infrastructure and facility. The government is confident that the new system will optimize waste collection and transportation and will introduce more efficient and environmentally friendly treatment methods such as waste-to-energy technology and a sanitary landfill designed and operated to meet current international environmental standards. Madam Speaker, this presentation doesn't do justice to this, but I won't go into more details, given the, I think I've provided the country with so much that I don't know how they're going to digest everything. But the point is, Madam Speaker, that this government is doing a lot. And Madam Speaker, this is just what ministry? The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Madam Speaker, allow me to speak briefly about the National Partnership Council. Last year, we committed to continue strengthening our social dialogue framework, and in that vein, we were able to sign our new partnership agreement. A partnership for Jamaica's strong and sustainable recovery with a 5-year strategic plan with 5 pillars, namely prosperity, peace, people, planet, and partnership. The agreement was signed by our trade unions, civil society groups, the churches, the private sector, and the leader of the opposition on behalf of the opposition. Our Partnership Council and its coordinating committee have had regular meetings and have examined significant issues such as the Rio Cobre pollution spill, education transformation, and crime. Last year, through the work of ACORN, the Partnership Council, Jamaica took another fundamental step in entrenching the partnership through the declaration of the region's first ever National Partnership Day, which is now on October 25th each year. And we will commemorate this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have continued the Vale Royal talks, and I want to thank the Umbrella Group of Churches for hosting the recent rounds of talks on February 19, 2023. The meeting focused on important issues of national security and constitutional reform. These talks have now become part of Jamaica's democratic institutional traditions, and I am optimistic that the talks will foster greater consensus on challenging national issues. Madam Speaker, I am pleased that with the naming of the opposition's representatives, the work of the Constitutional Reform Committee, which will advise on the process of transitioning Jamaica to a republic, can now commence in earnest. Finally, I would like to use this platform, Madam Speaker, to express my deepest gratitude to Ward Mills, who has been a foundation member of Jamaica's Partnership Council and who has indicated that he would finally like to enjoy a full retirement from public life. He has served this country, the Partnership Council, and the concept of social dialogue well, and we applaud his invaluable contribution. The government is committed to working in partnership with all stakeholders to herald a new era of peace, opportunity, and prosperity. Madam Speaker, there can be no denying Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, there can be no denying that the overlapping global crises of the past 3 years have been the most severe in 8 decades. And their impact has been felt by developed and developing countries alike. In Jamaica, we have faced a crisis of unprecedented magnitude, one that no previous government has had to grapple with. And, you know, Madam Speaker, when people go to criticize the government, which, you know, criticism of government is natural, normal, expected, and indeed very important in a democracy. But somehow we have managed the process of coming out of the pandemic so well, it would appear, that people have forgotten that there was a pandemic.
Yes, absolutely.
In other words, it's as if it never happened. And that all the challenges that have come from the pandemic, that, you know, they have no impact on the current situation. And Madam Speaker, when we come to speak to the public and have our conversation with them, we have to bring all the elements to bear on the situation at hand and explain. The pandemic, we are a year out of it, but the impacts of the pandemic are still there. So we have to temper expectations bearing that in mind. But Madam Speaker, I'm proud to say that Jamaica has done very well in grappling with these challenges. Jamaica stands tall among the family of nations respected for a remarkable resilience and strength. In terms of economic output, it's higher than pre-COVID. More Jamaicans are employed now than before COVID. Our debt as a percentage of GDP is lower now than before COVID. Madam Speaker, consider the predictions for Jamaica during the pandemic. One article said Jamaica facing a lost decade without robust recovery. Another article said Jamaica's post-pandemic recovery will be sluggish. Madam Speaker, Professor Orlando Patterson's recent book has an aptly referred title. It says, The Confounding Island. We have confounded the predictions. We have confounded the critics. Despite the numerous challenges faced by our nation, we have managed to defy the predictions of the skeptics and achieve an economic recovery that can only be described as miraculous. For much of our history, Jamaica was viewed as a cautionary tale of poor economic management. But today, we are hailed as a shining example of successful crisis management. Our recovery has been swift and impressive, And we have become renowned globally, not only for the speed of our world-class athletes, but also the speed of our economic turnaround. Jamaica was top ranking in the recovery of certain sectors, in particular the hotel and tourism sector. Montego Bay was ranked #1 in terms of international tourist destination in the third quarter of 2022, ahead of Punta Cana, Cancun, Orlando, Paris, Milan, and Madrid. Madam Speaker, the success that we celebrate today is not solely attributed to the government, but rather it belongs to every Jamaican who has displayed the resilience and the stick-to-itiveness. From the valiant efforts of our healthcare workers, police officers, firefighters, and teachers, to the contributions of our farmers, construction workers, tourism workers, retail workers, transport workers, BPO workers, and entertainment workers. Indeed, every Jamaican has made a vital contribution to our collective success. It is a triumph that we all share, and one that every Jamaican should take pride in. However, Madam Speaker, we acknowledge that this achievement has not been without its challenges. The Jamaican people, Madam Speaker, the Jamaican people have made significant sacrifices. It is the right of every Jamaican to benefit from this success. And this administration believes in sharing prosperity. As our economy continues to grow, we continue to work to ensure the economic benefits are shared widely and equitably to every Jamaican. Madam Speaker, this administration is fully committed to providing minimum wage earners with a livable wage as part of its commitment to prosperity for our people. The Minister of Finance has announced a $1 trillion budget with no new taxes. This is a clear strategy by the government to ensure that there is no erosion of the income of Jamaicans. We recognize that the contribution of minimum wage earners, such as household workers, artisans, laborers, store clerks, and security personnel, is vital to the success of our manufacturers, hotel professionals, lawyers, doctors, and teachers in meeting our national productivity and service targets. Therefore, we are pleased to announce that starting June 1, 2023, the national minimum wage will increase from $9,000 per 40-hour week to $13,000 per 40-hour week. Madam Speaker, this represents a 44% increase. Madam Speaker, that is the largest increase in 20 years. Madam Speaker, since assuming office in 2016, the minimum wage has increased from $6,200 to $13,000. So this administration has increased the minimum wage by 110% in 7 years. Cumulative inflation over the period, cumulative inflation over the same period was less than 50%. And even in US dollars, it represents a 66% increase in the minimum wage. The government has done more. This government, the Andrew Holness-led administration, Your government, our government, has done more than any previous government to create prosperity for Jamaica and Jamaicans. And we are proud to share the gains with all Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, I know everyone is wondering what the government intends to do for the security industry. The security industry supports every other industry in Jamaica. This administration is deeply saddened by the fact that in recent times, so many of our security guards have come under attack, and too many have lost their lives on the front line. We have engaged employers in the security industry to improve the conditions of work for our security guards, ensuring that the necessary statutory payments are made so that they will qualify for housing and national insurance pension. Today, I announce a significant increase in the minimum wage for our industrial security guards. The minimum wage for industrial security guards will move from $10,500 per week to $14,000 per week. Madam Speaker, this will also take effect from June 1, 2023. I want to just make a footnote here, Madam Speaker. You will notice that the differential between the national minimum wage and the minimum wage for the security guards has been narrowed. Only $1,000 separate them now. The next time we come to increase the minimum wage, that differential will be removed. The purpose of the differential was to account for the special circumstances of the security guards. Now, basically, the security guard is a worker. So, an employee, and therefore is covered by the same legal standards. And therefore, the need for a differential no longer exists. But we wouldn't have done it in just one go. Right, well, they were paid for 60 hours, yes. But we wouldn't just make such a change in one go. So I give notice from now that the differential would be removed. Madam Speaker, I now turn to our national insurance scheme and national insurance pensioners. Members will recall that the actuarial review of 2013 showed a dismal state of affairs, and the sustainability of the NIS was threatened if immediate steps were not taken. In fact, the projections at that time were that cash flow would be negatively impacted by 2025, and the scheme would be bankrupt or run out of money by 2023. Madam Speaker, the administration I lead took decisive and deliberate steps to implement a raft of reforms, the last of which was implemented in 2022. Today, I can stand here and say that those measures have borne fruit. The latest actuarial review, which was completed in January 2023, shows that the viability of the scheme has been extended for 15 years. Madam Speaker, pensioners are among the groups that have been ravaged by the recent high inflation. I'm therefore pleased to announce that based on the performance of the National Insurance Fund and the recommendation of the actuaries, the old age, widower, and invalidity pensions and all other benefits payable under the National Insurance Scheme will be increased. Effective April 1, 2023, the flat rate for the minimum weekly pension will be raised by 74%. Moving from $1,700 to $3,000 per week. The pensioner who currently receive $2,550 per week will now receive $3,500 per week, a 37% increase, and those at the top will receive a 24% increase, moving from $3,000 to $4,200 per week. Madam Speaker, a number of other benefits under the NIS will also be increased, effective April 1, and will be announced by the Minister of Labour and Social Security. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is moving in the right direction. When the leader of opposition talks about taking Jamaica in a new direction, I want to know which direction he's talking about. But I know Jamaicans do not want to go back to run with it days. The opposition leader also cited increased tax collections under this administration as evidence of increased taxes. Madam Speaker, for decades, Jamaicans have been saying to the government, increase tax revenue by growing the economy and improving enforcement and collection, not by putting on more taxes on already overtaxed and overburdened population. Madam Speaker, that is exactly what this administration has done. The opposition leader does not understand or is being intellectually dishonest and misleading the Jamaican people. The opposition leader is right when he said that Jamaicans don't like when people take them for idiots. He would do well to heed his own advice. Madam Speaker, in the words of Matthew 7, 24 to 25, we are building Jamaica like a wise man who built his house on the rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house. Yet it did not fall because it had its foundation on the rock. We as Jamaicans have faced adversity on this journey. The road has not been easy, and we have encountered many obstacles along the way. In the true, indomitable Jamaican spirit, let us continue our journey on the path on which we have set. Let us not regress to failed ideologies. Madam Speaker, let us not look back on the destructive policies from which we have escaped. Madam Speaker, let us not veer off the path of fiscal discipline, social transformation, and economic development to wander in the wilderness of unfulfilled promises. We know we have come too far and made much progress to turn back now. Madam Speaker, their time has passed. Madam Speaker, we take note of the hour. It has been a marathon presentation. But every page is filled with substance. Every interest in Jamaica has been covered. A clear vision and a path has been set. Let it be known that this government that I lead, let it be known that we are committed to the people of Jamaica. We are committed to their best interests. We know that, sometimes, people get upset. And simple things can get people upset. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce is here. I told him, and he will tell you what I said. I said, I agree with everyone who is upset about the importation of ganja from Canada. Before it was popular, we were the ones in the struggle. So, Madam Speaker, I said to the Minister, ensure that that situation is corrected. I said to the Minister, Madam Speaker, the Minister may not be at fault, but he is responsible. And one of the things that this has taught us, is that, this industry, we need to pay special attention to it. It has great potential. And, Madam Speaker, yes, the legal rules and the conventions place restrictions on it. But more needs to be done for the development of the cannabis industry. And I know that the Minister is going to pay special attention and put special effort into getting that industry back up to the point, Madam Speaker, where we don't need to even consider importing from any other country. Whatever strains and special strains they are, they can be grown right here. So, Madam Speaker, we stand with all Jamaicans in solidarity, together. Let us keep pushing forward, together, to realize the glorious potential of our blessed land. May God bless you all, and may God bless Jamaica, land we love.
I think that did it.
I hope so. No, next time. Why, let me tell you, I am tired. Yes, I was going to say, but then. Good. Danny. Oh, I'm tired. I really want to get those cars. Oh.
PM. PM. We still have to go and recommit.
Oh.
Team, the house is not finished, please. We still have another item to go. Everybody, please take your seats. Everybody, please take your seats.
Oh, you never leave when you must sing song the other day.
Please, Horace.
Same thing happened. It's just that you don't have as many people to move. You did the same thing, but was just as few.
Madam Speaker.
Come, members.
Madam Speaker.
Members of the House. Please. Take your seat.
Madam Speaker, this was indeed a tour de force. A marathon and the strongest presentation that I think this House has ever had. Madam Speaker, I beg for the recommittal of the item announcements.
Members of the House, the question before us is for the recommittal of the item announcements. Suspension. First of all, the suspension.
Madam Speaker.
Suspension of the budget.
Madam Speaker, in order to ensure the full flow, I beg firstly for the suspension of the debate until Tuesday, March 21st at 2 p.m. when the Minister of Finance will officially close the debate.
Members, the question before the House is that we have the suspension of the budget debate until next Tuesday, 21st of March at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now beg for the recommittal of the item
Members, the question before the House is for the recommittal of the item announcements. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Ministry Paper number 31 of 2023, entitled Climate Change Policy Framework for Jamaica, along with the Climate Change Policy Framework for Jamaica, dated March 23, 2023. Climate Change Policy Framework for Jamaica, dated March 2023. Ministry Paper number 32 of 2023, entitled Emissions Policy Framework for Jamaica, along with the Government of Jamaica Emissions Policy Framework for Jamaica, dated March 2023. Ministry Paper number 33 of 2023, entitled Watershed Policy for Jamaica, and Green Paper number 1 of 2023, entitled Watersheds Policy of Jamaica.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business for the day. I now invite you to adjourn this Honourable House until Tuesday, March 21st at 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question before the House is that we do adjourn until next Tuesday, 21st of March at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This House is now adjourned.
Equal rights. Did I sing equal rights?
Yes.
Well, you didn't wait last week. Everlasting song, unity and progress. stand up for your rights. When you hear the bell, stand up for justice, hear the freedom bell. Remember Bustamante, he served you well. Stand up, Jamaica, when you hear the bell.
You can't get a pose, I'm tired.
The 2023-2024 budget debate is happening. Watch it live on PBCJ.